Hello. Let me lower up my volume here. Just just let me know, guys, if I'm actually too soft or too loud. Still making some adjustments in my volume here. Not really sure. Uh, Here we go. Let me lower down my mic here a little bit. So we good? We good? We good? All right. So worried about the audio because the last time that I checked it, uh, I'm apparently too soft for the game. The game that I'm playing last time was overpowering my voice. So my voice was almost non-existent the last time. Yeah, thank you, Static Wiz. Arcane approved. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, turn my own volume down here. Right. Oh, I know you. I know who you are. Yeah, I know who you are. But anyway, what's good? What's good? What's good? Hey, we got 10 followers. Yay. And the alerts are working. Yay. Yeah. All right. Hey, my alerts are working. Yes. Yes. I'm so happy that everything is working fine, especially the alerts because I was trying to test it like from the overlay website itself from Stream Elements. It was working fine, but I'm not really sure if it works on an actual follow. So yeah, it is working. Let me make some adjustments here. Oh, thank you, no, thank you, Doc. No, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Although I will actually try to explain later the circumstances of this model. So anyway, great day. It's actually late in the afternoon here, around 5 p.m. 5 p.m. Philippine Standard Time. Uh, so it's almost nighttime here, and I figured that we're gonna go ahead and start a stream. Anyway, as a tradition for a streamer like me, a VTuber streamer like me, I'm gonna acknowledge the follows. Thank you so much for following Vanna Canehurst. Azazel Theada, thank you for following the channel. Static Quiz, thank you for following. And Doc Noel, thank you for following. And thank you for watching the stream today. Yeah, this is the very first, I cannot really say official stream, but a formal stream, perhaps. Let me check here. And yeah, thank you so much for uh, thank you so much for admiring the model. But the thing is, this model's history is a little bit complicated. Um, this is something that I will actually explain later once we actually officially start. And let me just make some adjustments here. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I will actually explain the background of the model later. And it took me like a week to actually convert this into the VTuber software. So it took a lot of work. This is originally a VR chat avatar, but I had to like make some adjustments to it uh, to to work with me with my VTuber software that I'm using right now. So as you can see, I can move. Although I can only move my head, that is for the meantime. Uh oh. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, yeah. Let's pretend that my hands are actually stuck on the keyboard. Yeah. Let's pretend that that's the case. Yeah. I need to make further adjustments to the control panel here, so my hands are not as free as normal. No. Hey, hey. No dull meaning jokes. Okay? I don't have any moderators yet, but this is a this is a family fun stream with an armored warrior. Okay? I'm gonna get fired from the Hero Association if I'm gonna get fired from the Hero Association as soon as they found this one. Found these messages. Okay, so we're gonna have some clean fun. Okay, no other heads, no whatever. No, 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 no. No. I don't know. What if I am on the dark side already? Yeah, this is a warning. This is a warning. Okay, don't just don't. Yeah, I'm just kidding. It's okay. It's okay. Exposition voice. I'm not using an exposition voice. Do I actually sound? Do I actually sound very distinct whenever I explain something? Especially whenever we're playing games. Because I never really notice it. Oh, oh, the echo. Okay, okay. All right. So I guess that's enough stalling. Okay, that's enough stalling. I'm gonna go ahead and officially start the stream. All right. So buckle up, kiddos. We're gonna go ahead and officially start the stream. First, let me introduce myself. My name is RyuShinden, and as you can see, I am an armored VTuber. I wear an armor, and basically my lore is, as for the tradition of VTubers, every VTuber should have like a lore about their costume, about what they're wearing. Basically, I am a salaryman by day, but by night or whenever I'm free or whenever I'm not on a work shift, I work as a armored hero. Now, what I do is I usually occasionally fight monsters, save grandparents, save old people, help them to get across the street. What else? Get cats, get stray cats or pet cats out of a tree. You know, the usual. Yeah, well, the thing is, the salaryman part is actually true. I am a salaryman by day, or most of the time. But yeah, that's basically my lore. For now, in the meantime, I don't really have like those PowerPoint presentations uh, to show my lore and my information, uh, like a lot of VTubers do. Maybe because this is not technically my official debut, nor I'm not really sure if I'm making an actual debut. Maybe if I have more viewers and more followers, probably, but not right now. This is basically just me starting up the stream, checking everything is working fine, and whatnot, and try to be as entertaining as I can. So yeah, that's basically my lore as a VTuber. So as you can see, right behind me, let me move. So this is my base. This is my base of operations. This is where I scour the city for emergencies, you know, and crimes and people that need help. And whenever I am waiting for those, I'll just go ahead and stream. So that's why we are in our secret base right here. where he spends his time finding out ways to. I mean, I don't really need to balance. I just need to throw out more enemies at him, basically. But we're gonna talk about D&D later. Definitely, we're gonna talk about D&D later, and this is actually the whole what the stream is about today is all about D&D and tabletop role playing games and whatever. So anyway, moving on. As I mentioned earlier, that's my lore. Now, I also mentioned earlier the this armor right here. This armor is actually from a show called Kamen Rider Zero One, and this is actually a bad guy armor. This is a villain armor. It's the Battle Raiders armor from Kamen Rider Zero One. As you might already, if you read my description at the bottom, I am a huge Tokusatsu fan. Tokusatsu is basically uh, uh, Japanese live action shows. You know, Mask Rider, Super Sentai, or in the Philippines, some of them were already shown like Maskman, Bioman, Mask Rider Black. All of those are Tokusatsu, and actually, those shows are shows that introduced me to Tokusatsu in general. When I was a wee little hero, that is the first time that I watched those shows, and ever since then, I fell in love with them. the concept of an armor, someone who can transform into the set of armor or a set of battle armor and fight monsters and evildoers and such. So fascinating. So yeah, so that's basically this VTuber. Think of this VTuber model. Think of this as a placeholder. This is actually not the uh, what you call it, the armor that I'm actually conceptualizing for my VTuber model. The armor is completely different. Although I might say that I would say that I might incorporate some of the elements of this particular armor to the one that I originally conceptualized, and maybe maybe you will see a better version of this armor or a more unique version, because I would admit this is copyrighted stuff. Yeah, it's basically a beta armor. It's some sort of a beta test armor, you know. Once I'm able to oh, Alamandi, thank you for following. Thank you so much. Hello, hello. Welcome to the hero base. Just go ahead and take a seat. Grab a booster seat there. I'm sorry, the hero base is quite small. I'm sorry, the hero base is quite small. You can just scoot over there. Scoot over there on the side. On the side. Just grab a booster seat. It should be right there on the uh, right side of the console. No, don't touch any buttons. Do not touch any buttons. Okay? Whatever you do, do not press any buttons. Even if it says donuts, do not press it. No. Do not. Even if it says bagels, do not press it. Okay? So yeah. Anyway, going back, as I mentioned earlier, this is basically just a placeholder armor. That's the best word that I can describe it. Although I really love the concept of this armor. I really love it. As a matter of fact, I was thinking of recoloring it before I used it. But it's too much work. It's just too much work. The fact the work alone that I put in converting the 3D model into the VTuber software is already hard because I had to relearn Unity all over again. Unity engine. So it's oh my god. I don't want to be bothered by it, but in the meantime I just wanted to start the stream, make sure at least the model is working fine in terms of tracking. So yeah. But anyway, I will definitely get a new set of armor if I can in the future, hopefully. But in the meantime, you will see this, and I know that this is basically a copyrighted material content, but well, what can you do? So yeah. Anyway, that's that. Let me check on something here. Yeah, Mandy. Definitely, I will get sorted. Something sorted in the future. I'm already thinking of commissioning a different armor. Definitely, I'm looking into creators. I'm looking into artists that I might be able to hit up and make order a commission for an armor, or at least modify this one to be more unique. Yeah, exactly, Doc. Exactly. My My armor is on the dry cleaners. My actual armor is in the dry cleaners. Yeah. That's a perfect excuse. I don't I don't want anybody's armor. They're stinky. I don't want to I don't want to borrow anyone else's armor, you know. I will stink it up. So anyway, enough about me. What about you guys? How's your week? How's your day? Anything anything significant? Anything that you can share? Baby chair. Do I see do I see a commotion in the chat room? Do I have to ban someone or time out someone? Huh? Alright guys, no bullying in the chat. No no making fun in the chat. No making fun of someone in the chat. Alright? But anyway, I'm almost out of my iced coffee here. I might need to refill. As of as my week has been a mix of drinking, breakdowns, and TOF, and also Genshin. Oh, typical. What's TOF? Tower Tower Fantasy? Is that the new game? The one that looks like Genshin Impact but not? I've seen a lot of streamers play it, although they are mostly like sponsored by the game. But yeah, I've seen Tower Fantasy a lot lately. A lot of players are playing. A lot of streamers are playing it. Also, what did you expect when you shared your stream in the Discord? You know, has the Chaos Gremlins and you are a D&D player. That are your D&D players. Yeah, I kind of. You see, uh, I mean, I, 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 of course I expected it. Come on, of course, I expected it. I totally expected it. What are you talking about? Hello, Dana. Welcome to the stream again. So, yeah. Going back. What am I? What's my? Where did I left off? Yeah. Model future. I'm gonna have someone commission a new armor for me. But in the meantime, I'm gonna use this armor as some sort of a placeholder armor, so you can see some. At least you can see something. Although I really like this armor. I really like it. Hello, Dana. Go ahead and take a seat. Take a booster seat up there and enjoy the stream. I'll be streaming for like probably 2 to 3 hours, testing out some things, and we're gonna do something today. We're gonna do something later, definitely. Oh, I'm sorry. It's actually the auto mod. If you notice, there might be some times that yeah, there might be sometimes that the bot would stop certain phrases. I don't know. I haven't really set it up yet. Also, as a lot of also as a lot are just distracting Ryder from what he's trying to talk about. So nah, not really. I mean, you know me, I easily lose my trail of thought. So that's why I mostly take notes. But yeah, okay. Going back, anyway. Um, next that I will talk about is schedule. Uh, I haven't really decided on a concrete schedule yet because I really wanted to have a schedule when it comes to to these stuffs. With streaming, I would I would actually really love to do a consistent schedule for streaming. And so far, I only really have Sundays, Sundays Manila time for streaming. I don't really have any other days where I'm basically free. Although there might be some moments where I just suddenly decide to actually stream. Yeah, yeah, Mandy. Actually, that's great. I That's the thing though. What I wanted to for this stream, I don't really want a lot of viewers. I'm not really looking for a lot of viewers. What I'm looking for is a lot of active chatters because streaming could be two ways. It's either you're the only one talking on stream because no one is watching you and no one's active in the chat, or no matter how many viewers you have, you those viewers are actually active in the chat and you can talk to them. And actually, I would actually rather prefer the latter. I would I wouldn't mind low view counts, but I would like chatters that are active so that I can have someone that I can interact with, ask questions, get some ideas. Because sometimes whenever I talk with myself, which I usually do that. Um, I I easily lose my train of thought. As I say, I go into tangents, and I mean huge tangents when it comes to talking by myself. So I need someone to actually interact with, especially with streaming, especially in the chat. So I would rather have a low amount of viewers, but all of those viewers are active in the chat and actively chatting with each other or chatting with me. I guess that's better for me. You know, how do you deal with weapon and armor balancing? We're gonna actually talk about later. We're gonna talk about later about DM stuff, dungeon master stuff. Uh, but we're focusing right now on world building and building an idea for a setting. That's where we would start, and then we're gonna start with balancing stuff, uh, coming up with skills and abilities for homebrew. It's basically that. But we're gonna start with world building because one thing about me as well is I love world building. That's the part of writing that I really 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 love is building the world itself, building the setting itself, because that's where I am able to like infuse my unique ideas into whatever I'm writing. because with interactions and social interactions or dialogue, um, it's not that I'm not good with that, but I like building the concepts more. I like building ideas more than building moments. For me, it's purely no matter what I'm doing, just having someone to chat with is nice. With is nice. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Just someone to chat with is it's good enough for me, especially in the stream. I don't. Yeah, even if I have low viewership, that's perfectly fine for me. That is perfectly fine as long as I have someone to interact with on the chat. Although I did train myself to uh talk in the moment of possibility that no one is watching this stream. I already took account of that. Rider best cat boy. Do I look like a cat? Yeah, I kind of look like a cat in this one. This is actually a horseshoe crab, if believe it or not. This is patterned. This armor is patterned after a horseshoe crab, and it doesn't look anything like a horseshoe crab. I guess I think around this part. Let me move something here. I guess around this part. How how uh, how would I how how help? Wait. Yeah, around this part. You see the belly? That's supposed to be a horseshoe crab, something. Yeah, but I'm not really sure why. Uh, where is the part that of the armor that is the horseshoe crab? I don't know where it starts and I don't know where it ends. Let me turn around here. Let me give you a little bit of a tour of the armor here. Oh, oh, camera. I'm not really used to this. Yeah, there you go. There's the light. Yeah, there's the light. There you go. Let me adjust the light here. Yeah, that's my back. Yeah, I can still move. I can still jam. Yeah. And let me zoom out. This is how I actually look like with the full body. Sorry, I'm not really used to adjusting the program yet. That's my whole body. As you can see, I cannot really move everything else but my head. Yeah. Okay, let me go back here. Maybe the real horseshoe crabs were the friends we made along the way. True. So, okay. So yeah, moving on. What else would I need to talk about? But yeah, in terms of schedules, I don't really have a concrete schedule yet, but most likely it will be Sunday around this time. Most likely. It's not really it's not really set in stone yet, but I'm seeing around this time every Sunday Manila time. that I'll be streaming. That's why I encourage you to press the follow button because it will give you like a notification whenever I'm live. But hopefully I can maintain a proper schedule. That's one of the things that I'm trying to be consistent of is the schedule at least. Okay, so let's see. Let me make some adjustments here. So yeah, do you have any questions, guys? Do you have any questions? I can answer them while we wait for something. I'm actually waiting for something. That's why. If you have like any questions or anything that you wanted to, you know. Ryder made the stream Titus proof. I can't swear. No. You can swear. You can swear. It's just that I haven't really adjusted the bots yet. It's on auto moderation, so the bot would actually stop it in the meantime. You can definitely swear. I promise. But of course, don't be rude to others. What made me DM in the first place? Oh, the I don't really have like a very specific, like super specific moment that I decided to be a DM. But I guess it's during the time the maybe around the second time that I played D&D on organized play through Adventures League. That's when I realized that I actually enjoy DMing more than being a player. But the main reason why I prefer to be a DM and what made me be a DM in the first place is more about I'm a frustrated writer. Now, here's the thing though. You will hear a lot of DMs, a lot of very good DMs say that if you're trying to write a story, don't DM. If you're a frustrated writer, don't do it. Don't dungeon master. But don't be a dungeon master because you'll just screw it up. You'll just not gonna have fun. You know? So I guess the main reason why I decided to be in DM is I wanna make stories. That is the very first thing that I wanted to do as a DM is to make stories and make collaborative stories through D&D or to any other RPGs and just make stories really. Because way back when I was in high school, I wrote a lot. I wrote a lot of things. Never really published them. I wrote a lot of ideas. I wrote them down in my notebook. Sometimes I share them with my close friends. But those really never took off. As a matter of fact, some of the elements of my setting, Exia, for my D&D setting, some of them actually came from my wacky ideas from high school. Yeah. So I think DMing is a way for me to practice writing in general. Again, you will hear a lot of DMs that would say, if you are a frustrated writer, don't run a game, don't run a D&D game. You'll just get frustrated, and this will not work for you as a writer. But I think for me at least, and I might be wrong. I might be wrong. Uh, DMing has helped me greatly and on coming up with ideas, coming up with concepts, coming up with interactions and stories that I wouldn't otherwise uh, be able to conceptualize if I'm writing alone. You know, because through DMing, I also was able to learn a lot about story structure, the hero's journey, a hero with 1,000 faces, the archetypes and stuff, how to conceptualize a character. For example, if you're trying to come up with a character with an NPC, uh, how would you be able to come up with a character that has depth, that has motivations, emotions, demeanor, even to how they look? You know, DMing helped me a lot with that because when I was writing before, uh, whenever I come up with characters for my stories, I definitely noticed that I just take elements from characters that I know already and just mishmash them to get together, which doesn't really work because I am now left with the character. There's just a blender mismatch of concepts, but it doesn't have any depth because they don't have a personality, they don't have a motivation. They do, I Unlike D&D, I'm not able to come up with how these characters speak with other characters, how this character would react with other characters. But with D&D, if I whenever I'm making an NPC, I would be that NPC would be able to interact with my players, and by that time, I would realize, hey, this character has depth because I know how this character would interact with these people even on the fly because I am acting this character as a DM. I'm role playing. But yeah, DMing is fun. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of dedication. Definitely. It's a lot of trial and error and, well, error most of the time. But it's fun for me. It's actually, for me at least, DMing is more fun. I love D&D as a player. I love playing it as a player. But my fulfillment is whenever I DM, whenever I run a game. That's my main fulfillment. And I'm so fulfilled whenever my players are happy uh, that I run a game for them, come up with wacky stories, with stories that they can tell their friends. I am very happy with that. Okay, so next question. Do you plan on streaming games in the future? Oh, yes. Yes, definitely, definitely. That's one of the things that I'm actually gonna do on this stream is play games. Definitely. Uh Perhaps universes. I think what you mean is multiverses. Yes, as I mentioned, if you remember during the chat, during the voice chat last time, I did say that I'm very interested on playing multiverses whenever it comes out and available in our country. Uh, so I'll definitely play it on stream, and maybe you can play with me. What was your biggest hurdle as a DM? Uh, my biggest hurdle, I think every time I prep a game, basically. Whenever I prep the game every week, that's my biggest hurdle. But I think I cannot really think of anything that is like a hurdle as a DM. I think probably deciding on things. This is my biggest hurdle. It's not because of DMing, it's because of myself. I'm a very indecisive person. I'm very indecisive when it comes to things. I usually change my mind very fast. For example, if let's say I came up with an idea for the next session that is very good, all of a sudden I already have a new idea that I also wanted to implement. Now I'm changing up everything based on that new idea. I don't know. Oh, hello, Derps McGrips. Thank you for chatting. He says, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but beholders have 11 eyes. How do I know which one finds me attractive? I think with beholders, I would say that all of 11 of those eyes would not find you attractive at all. Because beholders hate everything. It's not you. It's not you. It's them. You know, I think before you even think of an answer to that question, that beholder would have already shot all of those 11 eye lasers towards you. But yeah, thank you so much for chatting. But anyway, going back, I cannot really think of a very big hurdle except for the fact that it's all me. Uh, I'm very indecisive when it comes to things, and most of the time I make my decisions concrete, really close to the deadline. So that's why I cram so much. I cram a lot because that's the only time that I can force my brain to decide that this is what you will do, this is what you will write, this is the idea that you came of. Do not think of anything else. Because if you think of anything else, you'll get stuck. And when you get stuck, you will be late. So I guess my advice is be more decisive. Don't be like me. Cards Against Humanity stream with the Storm Wardens do it. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Probably. I mean, the last time that we played was fun, actually. So, maybe. Although, if it is in my stream, I would suggest to be as family friendly as possible. You know? Now, just let me know, guys, if you're sick with this EDM ish. You're sick with this EDM music. I can go ahead and change it for you. Let me adjust my seat here. Oh yeah. Besides that, yeah. Question about gaming. Yes, I'll be playing some games. I will be also reacting to videos as well. That's also one of the probably the usual content that you will see here in this channel on this Twitch stream. Reacting to things. I'll be a react lord. Yeah, sometimes whenever I stream, we are gonna just react to videos. That's what I'm going to do as well. So if you have any videos that would be interesting to watch, you can go ahead and suggest some to me, and we can go ahead and watch it. Now fits with the whole sci-fi vibe. Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Yeah. But I do have other music that I can play actually. I do have other tracks here. I actually the thing is when I was preparing this stream, I think yesterday or the other day, I was able to find a Japanese website wherein uh, they have lots, and I mean lots, like thousands of background music for games, for anime, uh, and and such. And so cool because you can search them by tags, and they're all for free. They're actually all for free. So I was really happy that I was able to find that website. So yeah, I do have other tracks here. Maybe I will play them every now and then. Um, because I'm trying to kind of veer away from copyrighted music until I can get my stream set up to have like uh separate audio tracks wherein the VOD itself would not record the background music. Only my voice or the game or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, Dana, that's the whole idea about it. That's the whole theme about the my stream and about the yeah, even my model here and even my background. It's all about Japanese sci-fi, Japanese science fiction. So yeah, um, what else would I need to talk about? Hmm, let's see. Oh, if you still have any questions, you can go ahead and ask me. I can go ahead and answer them. Uh, front mission. Front mission. I did play it. I played it a bit. It's not that I don't like it. Yeah, like Ace Combat music. I love Ace Combat music. Okay, so I'm almost done here. Okay, so I'm sorry for the dead air. I'm trying to look up something here. Um, but anyway, what else? So yeah, that's basically what the stream is about. Um, we're gonna go through with it one at a time. This is the very first like formal stream for this channel. And again, thank you so much for following. For those follows, thank you so much. So let's see. So yeah, thank you so much for the follows, and you will definitely be notified whenever I go live. So okay, I guess yeah, I guess we can now move on to what we are actually gonna do on this stream. I'm sorry about the distraction. We're gonna do some tutorial stuff. Well, not really a tutorial. I'm no expert. I am no master of this, but I basically just wanted to share some of the things that I learned while doing this. The silence and disappointed is my last message scrolled up in the chat. Come on, Static. Behave. I don't have any moderators yet, so I cannot see the chat that well. I cannot check the chat every now and then. I can't blame you if the bot actually bans you. It's automated. All right, so we can actually go ahead and start with with what we are actually doing today, which is world building. Yeah. So again, I am not an expert. I am not a professional. Just someone that has a little bit of experience, a little bit of basic knowledge on what we're doing, which is world building. World building is basically setting up your setting. If you are a DM or you are a dungeon master or a game master with whatever tabletop role playing system that you are playing, and you wanted to come up with your own setting, uh, with your own world where your players can move around and explore and whatnot, with its own quirks and with its own unique flavor, or maybe borrowing of flavors from other sources. That's perfectly fine. You definitely can watch the stream, and I'll be showing you some of the basics that I'll be showing you the basics that I learned over time as a dungeon master. Um, a little bit of background about me: I have been a dungeon master for around 3 years. I've been playing D&D for about 5 years now, so I've been a player for 2 years, and then went into being a DM. For after that, decided to run some games, and ever since then, I am a forever DM. As they say, I am now a forever DM because I cannot play anymore. So that's basically my experience. Again, I am no expert. I am not Matt Mercer. I am not Matt Colville. Uh, when it comes to running games and whatnot, I am also no Tolkien. I'm also no J.K. Rowling when it comes to coming up with lore and worlds and whatnot. But I will try to do my best uh, to share what I've learned so far with coming up with your own settings for your D&D games or for your tabletop role-playing games. And actually, you can also use this probably to come up with your own worlds whenever you write something original, maybe a novel, a short novel, a comic, a manga, anything that you can apply uh, your basics with when it comes to world building. And I'll be giving out some few tips. And again, I am no expert, so that's why the basics that I'll be providing are just basics of the basics, the things that you can start with, basically. If you're really having a hard time starting out, which did happen to me before, during the time that I am coming up with my own setting, uh, this will definitely help. this would definitely help you get started at least. And after that, you can go ahead and build it up and build it up on top of it. What I'm trying to show is the skeleton of what you can do whenever you're world building, and then put the meat and potatoes on it, or put the muscle and skin on it uh, later on. As a matter of fact, if you want, you can just start with the basic and then build it up as you play games with your players. So yeah, basically that's what I'm gonna provide some tips with. Hey, thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. But yeah, let's go ahead and start. Just give me one moment. Let me come. Let me uh, put some things here. I'm gonna switch out the cameras here. Let me open up something. And again, if you haven't, you can follow the stream, so you'll have a notification whenever I'm live. And thank you so much for those who followed already. Appreciate it. Yeah. I'm gonna open up some things here. Uh, Continents. I'm gonna also open up a new Google Doc. Okay, let me put up the stream here. Okay, let me put up a browser source. Or actually, no, a window capture. Uh, okay, let me do some readjustments here, making sure that nothing is showing up. Okay. Sorry for the delays. Just making sure that everything is set up properly here. Okay. Almost done. Let me check something. Alright, I guess we're good. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and switch our view. Give me one moment here. Okay. Just let me know, guys, if you can see. Let me readjust this one. Make it a little bit bigger. Okay. Right. And let me scoot. Let me scoot over here. Let me readjust over here. Yeah. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Awesome. Let me put. Let me put my light somewhere. I'm too dark and brooding. Here. Right. Okay. Guess it's just white right now. What do you mean it's just white right now? Oh yeah, the document is white. We haven't uh we haven't added anything yet. It is white because it's just a blank document. So sorry fam, that's my bad. I couldn't help it. It's the helmet is so hot. Thank you so much. Thank you. So it's kind of boring. So let me put in some music here. Music. Let's see. Let me see if I can I got confused because it says current game. What do you mean, Doc? Is it this one? The Heyo? Okay. I guess we're good now. Okay, first let me switch up this one. The bar down at the bottom, current game, Kamen Rider. Oh! Sorry. Let me change that. Thank you for reminding me. Actually, let me change that. Current activity. That's the thing that I needed to change whenever I like play another game and whatnot. Because I noticed that a lot of people don't look at the bottom of the stream to know what the streamer is playing. Uh, okay, there you go. Thank you for reminding me. So, right. Let's see. Okay, so here's the thing. The reason why we're starting out with a white document, a blank document, is this is actually where you will start. This is where you will start for hours and even days. You would stare at this blank document and not do anything. Not do anything at all. Why? Because you cannot come up with anything. That's why. This is basically what you'll be staring to for hours and hours and hours, and you cannot really understand why are you staring on a blank document for hours on end without typing anything or writing anything. This will be your life for probably hours or even days as you try to come up with a setting. And that's perfectly normal. That's perfectly normal because this is what you will be starting with. And it is also perfectly normal to actually start with this and not do anything for days, for even months. This is perfectly fine. Why? This is perfectly normal. Why? Because you are trapped to what I call the originality trap. The originality trap is very dangerous. It's actually very, well, not really dangerous, but it's something that as much as possible you need to avoid because that philosophy and that mentality would get you stuck on a blank page. Why? This is because you will force your brain basically to come up with original ideas so much that every idea that will pass through your head will be basically you deciding that it's not original enough. It's not original enough. I don't want to do this. I don't want to borrow. I don't want to take this idea from someone else. I like it very, very original. I like it to be unique. I like it to be uh, a cut from the rest. I like it to be me, mine only, and I only came up with this. And that is a very dangerous idea because the more that you think about it, the more that you get stuck on this blank page. Because every idea that you will think, every idea that you will come up with, will be converted into an idea that you think you got from something else. And you think it's not original enough, it's not unique enough. And there's also a paralysis of this sort of like a paralysis of maybe your players will find out where you got it from. Maybe your players would say, you're not original. You're a fraud. Uh, you just got this from that and blah blah blah. Which they will do. They will definitely do that. They will definitely do that. And being afraid from that on that idea, being afraid about it, would get you stuck on this page. Nothing else. Nothing. Just a blank page. You haven't even started yet. So I guess the very first tip that I can provide is get out of the originality trap. Don't worry about being original. Don't worry about it in the meantime. Just write whatever you your brain comes up with. Whatever fascinating idea that your brain comes up with. Even if it's not original, even if you took that concept from another show or another movie or another book, whatever, uh, don't just write it. Just write it down. It doesn't need to be concrete. It doesn't need to be uh wholly unique. Just write it down because writing it down will prevent you from forgetting it and will also like start to, let's say, solidify the idea into a more tangible form. And what I mean tangible is you're writing. You already wrote it. It's already tangible to the point that you can erase it, you can change it, you can read it, you can have someone read it instead of just instead of the idea just being on your brain. It's already on the tangible form, which is writing it down. So don't worry about being original in the meantime. Don't worry about uh being unique. Just write it down. Good? Right. Okay. So now that we are passing through that hurdle, what we're going to do next is to come up with an idea. Come up with an idea for the setting itself. What I guess the very first question that I asked myself during the time that I was coming up with my setting is a question. Uh, Now, with my setting, my question is what if the planet itself was split on two? Just like literally split on two, uh, into two parts. And there's this very, 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 very large gap between the hemispheres of the world that actually separated it. It's still a planet, it's still a planet, but separated it. So, from that question, you already have like a building block, like a base, a foundation to work on and to work on top of, per se. So, you guys, I need you to come up. I need you to give me like an idea. I need you to give me like an idea for a question of how a fascinating world or a fascinating place would be for you. Or maybe if you're, let's say, working with a modern setting, which is something that you also need to come up with, uh, what would be what would be the most fascinating thing that might happen in that world for you, or already happening in the world for you, or will happen? So basically, you have to come up with a question, and that question will be your basis for a theme or a concept for your world or your setting or your planet or whatever. So yeah. So let me write this down then. Excuse me. So come up. I don't know if I can actually zoom this one. Wonder if I can zoom this. I guess I can zoom this way. Uh, Make it Arial. One is answer a coming up with a concept. Number one is come up with a question that your world will answer. Yeah, I think that's the more appropriate statement for it. Come up with a question that your world will answer. So whatever that your world is, your world should be the one who will be able to answer that question that you have. Like for me, for example, I came up with a world where it's split into two. Why was it split into two? Why is there like a very large gash or a very large crevasse or whatever through that world that separated the two hemispheres? Why? So with that, you already have like a task to find answers to that question. And once you come up with something, or once you come up with a lore reason behind it, you can already use that for an idea of a campaign, or you can already use that as a story point element in one of your campaigns. You know, let's say that your players will be able to come up with something that would explain why your world is what it is. But Dana Kayer said the rise of a sudden superpower that steamrolls most of the other powers and disrupts the status quo. Yeah, exactly. That's that. You can also answer that. You can also make that as your question. what would the other powers would do about it. But I guess that that statement is more it's more specific. We need to come up with something that is generalized. We need to come up with something that is larger, you know. Because while this is very interesting, the rise of a sudden superpower, this is very specific. And specific probably to nations or specific probably to cultures. What we're trying to do is to build a larger idea of a setting or of a world. And as I mentioned earlier, I started with the planet. So that's large. We're not talking about what's in it. We're just talking about the planet itself. Or we're talking about the world itself. So come up with a question that your world will answer. So once you come up with a question that your world will answer, you need to build the theme around the answer. Or build the motive, probably. Yeah. So once you are able to come up with a question that your world will answer, or come up with an idea or something unique or something peculiar about your world that your world itself will answer as well, eventually, you need to come up with a theme or a motive around that answer. So, for example, um, when I came up with Ixaya, I started with a question that what if the world is split on two? Uh, During that time, the only thing that I can come up with a close answer that is very basic, that is that hasn't really fleshed out yet, is magic. That's it, magic. Now, how was it split by magic? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know yet. I haven't come up with an answer yet. So that's where I came up with the motive. So the motive would be if magic does it, I believe that the planet that I just made would be also magic based. Magic is a thing with this setting. So you have to build the theme around that concept as well. The question or the answer that you will be able to come up with the question that you come up with from the first step is now you will build the theme around that. Now with themes and motives, again, you don't really have to be very specific. You don't really have to be very concise and detailed about it because again, that's also one of the things that I would strongly advise against is being too specific for something that you will not be using right away. Like for example, you're already coming up with like the economics of your world, the economic system, the trading system, the how nations rule and how nations communicate with each other in diplomatic relations. You will not be using those yet. Don't bother with the basic detail the deeper details yet. Just come up with concepts, come up with broad strokes, come up with broad ideas first. That would be interesting. That would be interesting for you and your players to explore and to discover, because those nitty gritty details they will just come whenever they would come. They would just arrive on the time that they should arrive. Right now you don't have to bother about it because again it also takes work as well. Work that you don't really need or you don't really need to do, that you can focus instead on other things that matters, like building the skeleton itself. Okay. Okay, Doc is taking notes. Good, good. Don't worry, this is recorded. There will be a VOD about after this. And again, if you have like any questions, you can go ahead and ask. I'll be very happy to answer your questions. Because I also understand that I might explain things a little bit weird. Because again, I am no expert on this, but I'm just sharing what I did that worked for me at least. So yeah, build a theme or motive around the answer. A supplement here, I guess, is also try to understand the game where your setting will be based in, because that will also dictate the theme and the motive of your world and your setting. So for example, if you are playing, let's say, Vampire the Masquerade, of course you will not come up with a medieval fantasy world. You would come up with a setting that involves a modern setting with vampires, and how those vampires deal with the fact that they are vampires, blah blah blah. You get the idea. You won't be building something that is not appropriate with the game that you're playing, with the theme of the game that you're playing. So if you're playing something like D&D or Dungeons and Dragons or Pathfinder, you would build a setting around medieval fantasy, whether it's high magic, low magic, uh, sword and sorcery, whatever. Yeah, it could be magic versus technology as well. What I'm trying to say is, if you're trying to build on the concept or trying to build the theme or the motive, you would need to build it around the idea. You would also need to build it around the game that you're playing. You and your players will be playing. Now, in terms of story, uh, it really depends on the type of story that you wanted to present. If you're coming up with a sci-fi story, of course you will make a sci-fi setting, a future setting, future modern or modern future. If you're coming up with a fantasy novel, of course you will build a fantasy setting. So yeah, try to build the theme and the motive around the answer. So next up is uh, decide on the decide on the flavor of your setting. So this is where you basically come up with. So this is you're basically coming up with what your settings flavor would be. What is your uh, settings genre, basically. So if you're coming up with, let's say, I guess, so let's say that you wanted to run a grim dark fantasy, you know, a grim dark fantasy campaign. You come up with a grim dark fantasy setting. If you're going for a high magic adventure, you know, typical adventure, you can go with that. Or maybe you are going for a more, let's say, gritty drama, role play, heavy role play elements. You go with that as well. You list that down. But basically, you also have to make sure that you know the type of game that you will be running in terms of flavor, because you will also build that game. You also build this setting around that flavor. So come up with the flavor of your setting that you wanted to present with your players. So let's say I wanted to run a game that is very close to let's say Bloodborne. Very dark, very depressing, brooding, lots of weird stuff. Just list those down. Just list those down, and you can list those down to conceptualize about what the setting looks like. So decide on the flavor of your setting. Decide on the flavor first. And again, you don't have to be very, very, very specific. You don't really have to be uh, very meticulous in detail. Just list down everything that your brain would come up with. Basically, don't worry about the details for now. We're doing broad strokes here. So decide on the flavor of your setting. Docno says chocolate mint flavor. Yeah. I wish. I wish there's a setting that has chocolate mint flavor. Chocolate mint. Haven't tried it for a while. So yeah. Um Next up is once you decide the flavor of your setting, you now decide if you wanted to do a macro or a micro approach with writing the setting. Now, what I mean by doing deciding if you want to go for a macro or a micro approach with writing the setting is basically the whole idea is, do you want it to start with a universe or do you want it to start with a town when it comes to writing the setting? Because you can actually do both. And the good thing about this, now the whole idea about this is you need to decide on them first because that will be your trail. That would be basically your pathway. Doing it both is kind of a little bit hard because you'll be coming up with so much ideas and it will be very, very hard to uh, organize them. It will be very, very hard uh, to 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 segregate those ideas in your head uh, whenever you're writing in the details. So you have to decide first if you're gonna do it on a macro scale, on a micro scale. So on a macro scale, maybe you can start with the universe itself. What will be the universe? What will the universe would look like? Let's say we would start with a galaxy. What does the galaxy look like? Uh, or maybe we can start up with a system, a solar system. What are the planets in that system? What are the different moons? Uh, how? What is the center? What is the name of the star in the center? You can also start with that, or you can start with the planet itself. I started with the planet itself because it's easier for me to do a macro that way. I'm going to work with the planet itself because most of the things that the most of the moments where my campaigns would take place is in the planet, the same planet. So that's why I started with the planet itself. And then from there, I just came up with the continents. And then from the continents, I came up with the nations. And then the nations, I came up with towns. And from towns, I came up with people or places in that specific town. So that's how you can do it. Or you can go for a micro approach, which I mentioned earlier. You can start with just a town. Doesn't matter what planet it is. You can just come up with that later. Doesn't matter what continent it is. You can come up with it later, because you know that uh, once you start the game, once you play the game, your players wouldn't really ask about it. Believe me, your players wouldn't really ask what continent they are, what nation they are, unless you presented it to them in the first place, like me. But in terms of building it on a micro scale, going to a macro, your players wouldn't even bother asking what planet they are most of the time. They because players are very very concerned about their characters more than anything else. Believe me. Believe me, your players cares about their characters more than anything else. The lore of your setting is just second to them. All they know is that they must kill. Well, not really, not really. Depending on the setting, if you are in a meat grinder setting, or what I'm trying to say is, your players wouldn't even care about the planet that they are in, unless you present to them the idea along the way, or at the start. Like me, for example, with my players, I already presented to them the continents, because that's how I worked out the setting. I worked out on the planet and then the continents, and the nations. Because the whole idea about it is I wanted to provide my players the option wherein, depending on the continent that they came from, certain bonuses from their character stats would be added, or they have certain proficiencies, certain even certain deficiencies in some points, certain knowledge about things. That's the whole idea about it. That's why I presented to them the continents first. But there are also other dungeon masters that just start with a town, and what they work out is the town itself. Who is the mayor? What are the facilities, the buildings that the players might visit, like a tavern or an inn or a town hall or a city hall? What are the roads and the names of the names of some of the places of interest? You can start with that as well, with just a single town or a single city, and then work from there, expand it. So let's say, for example, that you come up with a coastal city. So what's next? You need to come up with a region. So let's say it's a coastal region, because you already made a coastal city. And what is that coastal region? That coastal region will be expanded into probably a fishing region or a port region. What is that port region? Maybe, depending on the surrounding areas, if you, let's say that your port city is surrounded by, let's say, a forest, come up with that forest. And then you come up with that forest, that means your continent probably is consisting of forests or grasslands or whatnot. So it's greenery. So you already come up with the topography of your greenery. You will now ask, what's next on that forest? Maybe a mountain range, maybe a river, maybe, I don't know, a big titan. A big corpse of a titan just plopped down the ground because of the last god war. I don't know. Come up, just expand and expand and expand and expand. As you start with a town, you can go ahead and expand and expand and expand and expand. So that's how the micro approach is. I I think the micro approach is better for newer DMs because it basically doesn't require anything like uh very what's the word? Um very hectic. That's the closest word that I can use when it comes to uh coming up with ideas. Because you as an individual, we as individuals, even in the real world, we as individuals, we actually know more of our neighborhood than the whole country. Believe me, we know the roads in our neighborhood rather than the direction of the next city. So I believe that if you are a newer DM, you can probably go with a micro approach first because you'll be more familiarized with exercising your brain and coming up with ideas as you build and build and build the world and build and build the what you call it, the setting itself. Now, if you're doing a macro approach, that's also fine as well. You can start with the broad strokes of your ideas, and as I mentioned earlier, what I started with is just an idea of a planet that is split apart. So from there, I built up an idea of what if we can only the only habitable, well, the only explorable or a well explored part of the planet is one hemisphere, and the other hemisphere is a total mystery. No one has been able to go there except for a few that has established already a nation or a colony on some of the continents that was discovered, but for most part they haven't discovered it yet. So what if it's that? And then from there, I came up with the continents of the habitable or the explored hemisphere mostly. And then from there, I just build and build and build and build each continent, each idea, and whatnot. So yeah, you guys, do you have like anything? Do you have like any instances wherein you realize that hey, this would be a cool setting. This would be an interesting setting that could happen, whether it's modern or it's fantasy. Do you have anything? Do you have like any setting that you come up with before, even if it's bad? So yeah, that's basically how you build up the setting. You build up on a micro approach, because from there you have like a train of you have a train that you can follow basically when it comes to building and building and building your setting, instead of like going to the macro and going to the micro and going to the macro. You will not be able to organize your ideas that way. I've got one, but we both know it ain't allowed to be mentioned. I know. Yeah, I know, Static. I know. Not allowed there. Dana, you don't have to raise your arm. I will read your message. This is not a class. Just type what you wanted to say. Just type what would you wanted to say. You don't have to raise your arm. But anyway, yeah. Um. So that's the approach that you can choose. You can either do the macro or the micro approach. So what else? Now that I okay, at this point, at step 4, if you finished step 4, I I would trust that you already come up with ideas from your an concept for your setting. Basically, just the rough draft, bare bones, the skeleton. When do we get our starter Pokemon? I guess if you were able to build your first town or your first city, that's where you will get your starter Pokemon. So, going back, with all of these steps, as I mentioned at for the very start, you don't have to force yourself to be very original. You don't have to force to be yourself to be very unique or very detailed. All you need to do is just broad strokes. Broad strokes, broad ideas, broad concepts. It doesn't need to be very specific. It doesn't even need to be good. Just write down anything that you will be able to come up with. And then you can then choose and mix and match and blah blah blah. It was my modern setting that was inspired by Vampire the Masquerade and it was made in middle school years. It was cringe. That's okay, it's perfectly fine. It's a cringe. Write it. Go ahead and write it. Just write just write it. Don't even think about it being cringe. It is cringe. Everything that you will write is cringe. Believe me. Uh, the most important thing about it is you write it. You write it down. Because once you write it down, you'll be able to improve it later on, or maybe lessen the cringe factor. So basically, just write it down. Don't think anything about it being cringe or whatnot, because it will be cringe. So yeah, basically, if you were able to do the step 4, I highly believe that you already come up with an idea with your setting or with your world in terms of a broad stroke, in, in terms of a broad let's say in terms of a broad concept of your world. And I guess that is the point that where you can just work on the broad details. Now, what I mean by working on broad details is just start expanding it or expanding or imploding it, depending on how you approach the setting, which is either the macro approach or the micro approach. If you're doing the macro approach, you you would implode it, for lack of a better term. Uh, for lack of a better term, you'll be imploding it, meaning you'll be working on the smaller details if we're starting with the macro, because you started with a broad idea or a big concept, which is, let's say, a planet. You now have to work with the continents, and you now have to work with the things around those continents and whatnot. Or you can just switch to a micro approach at that point. Maybe you can just plop a landmass and then plop a town. Don't have to name it. You don't have to name it yet. Just work on the broad details without even thinking of a name. You can always think of a name later. Or maybe, just maybe, what I do sometimes is I pick up a concept and then I pick up a name, and based on that name I then work with the concept of the town or the city or whatever or the continent. So you can now work on the broad details of the whatever concepts or ideas that you were able to come up with, and then work from there. Doesn't need to be very, very detailed. Doesn't need to be very, very specific. Just apply broader general ideas in the setting. So, for example, again, if you're, let's say, coming up with a nation, what would that nation be like in terms of a broad idea? A nation probably that has very big spikes all over the land, or maybe a continent that has these black spikes all over the land. You don't know what the black spikes are, don't know where they came from, don't know uh what what they do, don't know what they are for. Just black spikes everywhere. Just write it down. At that point, just write it down. A continent that has these black spires or black spikes or black whatever. And then you can just work on the details later. Maybe, just maybe, you can go ahead and work on the details once you're prepping a game for your players. Wherein you can go around the idea of, you can conceptualize the campaign itself or the game itself around the idea of what these black spikes are for. What these black spikes are, what's their purpose. So there you go. You already have like something that your players can work on and you can work on. But for now, just work on the broad details. Just very, very broad, very general details that you find interesting, that you find uh, even questionable, even by you as a DM who is building the setting, because you as a DM would also like to know the answer of why these things are everywhere around this continent, or why these people are. There's a nation wherein the people are eating this green moss for some reason. They're not eating anything else. They do not eat meat. They do not eat fish. They do not eat any other grain but this green moss as their main sustenance. They are no different from humans. They are no different from other races. But whenever these citizens or these denizens of this nation only eat this green moss, you don't know why, you don't know how, you don't know even what the green moss tastes like. Maybe it tastes terrible for you or terrible for others, but for them it's a delicacy or even a staple food. But you can just write it down. Broad detail. Doesn't need to be specific, doesn't need to be answerable. Just something that you can write down and just leave, and you can just answer it on some other time, or you can extrapolate it further. Maybe through a game, maybe through a campaign, or maybe even your own as you're working with your setting. How would you construct a merchant's guild? I would construct a merchant's guild based on its purpose. Think about it in the real world. When you go to a store, what is the store sell? A merchant's guild is basically a group of stores, a group of places where you can buy stuff. What are those stuff? Once you go, once you're able to come up with what stuff are they selling, you can group those types of stores together, and you now have a merchant's guild. It's just a group of stores. Again, broad strokes, broad details. Doesn't need to be specific. Doesn't need to be very detailed on how, let's say, how much they sell those for. How many are there in their inventory? Would they take credit? Are they allowing sponsorships from adventures that might peddle their wares or promote their products? We don't know. We don't know yet. All you know is what they sell. And based on that, you can group a lot of vendors that sell the same thing, and there you go. There's your merchant's guild. And then you can just come up with details later on what they actually sell, how they sell it, or how they promote it. So again, broad details, broad details. Okay, let me adjust some settings here. Just a question, guys. Just a question. Do you hear any other voices in the background? Not a ghost, but just any other voices. Just needed to make sure that my mic is not picking up background noise. Just looking up something here. A bit. What do you mean a bit? Sometimes, but not all the time. Okay, so I might need to lower my volume then. Just let me know if you cannot hear anything or my volume is really low. Yeah. I just needed to make sure that you're not hearing anyone else besides me. Aside from the sound of my cornea sizzling from the heat. Cornea, like your eye. Like eye, like as in your cornea, your eye, sizzling from the heat. And it's already 7. Why is it still hot? Okay, let me. I guess I can go ahead and double check the stream just to make sure that it's working. Sorry, I'm just trying to adjust some things here. Just making sure that everything's working properly. Uh, but yeah, again, go ahead if you have like any other questions about what we're talking about, or maybe any. Oh, Pampanga, really? It's already 7. It's still hot. It's still humid. I mean, it's already cold here because it just rained. I guess around 10 minutes ago. Yeah, it just rained here, and it's a little bit colder here now. Although it's still humid. Humid. Let me adjust my seat here. Seems like I'm also dropping frames for some reason. Okay, so all right, I guess we can now we can move on. Again, if you have like any questions or any just any comments about what we're talking about, which is world building, you can go ahead and ask me, or maybe you can share some ideas that you come up with on your own that you're able to like conceptualize before and whatnot. Also, just let me know if my frames are dropping or my stream is stuttering because I don't know. I'm not really sure if my frames are dropping. If my stream is stuttering because I'm seeing a red thing here. Okay, so all right. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about the dead air. Uh, your frames are good. All right, right. Cool. That's great to know. Okay, so all right, moving on. Um, Again, you gotta have to work with the broad details because you don't really have to worry about very minute details. You don't really have to worry about that in the meantime. You're just putting more work on yourself. You're putting more time on things that you don't really need to come up. You don't really need to come up in the meantime. Uh, and it's just more work for you that is wasted. Where you can just do apply your time to other things that you needed to do. So basically, just come up with broad strokes as well, just to save you some time and just to not put yourself into more stress in the meantime because you're just building a concept or you're just building a setting. Really, you don't really need to stress out yourself that much. So now once you work on the broad details, of course, you can now work on the smaller details. So now you can work with the smaller details. Now, the thing about this is once you now work on the smaller details, you would actually still this will be a little bit confusing, but you also need to work still on the broad details as well. On a broad stroke as well when you're working on the smaller details because whenever you are on this step, you need to remember that a lot of things that you're right about, your players wouldn't care about them unless they came across them directly. No, or most of your players wouldn't really care in the meantime about these smaller details. What you need to remember is whenever you're working on the smaller details, you have to put a some sort of a tent pole, a tent pole to that idea, so that your players, whenever they incidentally come up with came upon a certain location or a certain they do a certain action or activity, or they came across a certain item, that's the point they will be able to come up with that detail. So whenever you're walking the smaller details, just make sure that you're adding like some sort of a waypoint. If think of it as a map, as some sort of you can put a waypoint on a detail of your lore of your world. That whenever the player pass through that waypoint, that's the only time that they'll be able to come up with that detail. So, for example, let's say that your town, the town that you made, has some sort of a history with, let's say, the druids in the area. The druids around the area of the town are very territorial, or very, let's say, they're not keen on meeting with strangers. Maybe your players will be able to find that detail once they go to the forest, or maybe they will be able to come across that whenever they talk to a certain NPC. You need to put in a tent pole on that detail so that whenever the players come across it, that's the time that they will be able to know the detail. And again, you don't have to be super duper specific because again, all your players need is just broad information. They don't really need to go to very, very specific details. So let's go back to that druid, the territorial druids. You don't have to come up with a reason why they are territorial in the meantime. You can think of it later. Maybe you can just have your NPC tell your players that these druids are very territorial. They're very keen on protecting their land. You can even you can even have your NPC not know anything about it. Just have them like, I don't know. I don't know why they're territorial. I don't know why they're rude like that. You can also you can actually basically also use it as some sort of an excuse whenever you're trying to come up with something. Just let your NPC say that they don't know. They don't know at all. Or maybe have your players look for another NPC that knows more about the situation, so that you'll have some time to like come up with improv an idea, or be able to improv details that you weren't able to like jot down or write down yet. And that is why we also still work with broad strokes on this, because if you're doing a very detailed approach on this, you do not really have any assurance that your players would bother actually looking for very specific details, because all they care about is just broad details. It's not saying that your players like are dumb. It's just that your players also have a lot of things in their hands, with how to play their character, how to maintain their stats, how to act like their character and whatnot. They also have a lot on their plate, and um, unless your player is express themselves as very keen on minute details about the word and the lore whenever they're playing, you don't have to work for it. All they really care is about their characters and how their characters interact with other characters. Uh, so yeah, so that's basically work on the smaller details, and then I guess the last step is have your players build everything else. Now, this is very controversial because it seems like from the way that I wrote this step, it sounds lazy. You know, it does sound lazy, but believe me, this actually works. This really works. Have your players build everything else. You see, again, you don't have to build everything. You don't have to build everything about your setting. D&D, a lot of tabletop RPGs are based on collaborative storytelling, collaborative play. Uh, Sometimes, or actually most of the time, really, your players will be coming up with lore, with details about their characters that are actually very cool to add on your setting. Through their backstory, through the way that they were, the reason why they're adventuring, through the things that they wanted to find, or things that they already have, where they came from, how they interact with people, what their race, their class. A lot of it actually can contribute to your setting. Sometimes your players would actually come up with the best ideas that even you weren't able to think about, or even you weren't able to thought at first, and then you realize that this is a very cool concept. I'm gonna go ahead and add this as canon on my setting. There's a lot of moments, even in my DMing, there's a lot of moments that I had those moments wherein I would just suddenly realize that this is a very cool concept. I'm gonna go ahead and add it as a uh, canon lore, or a canon whatever. This is already in my setting, and this particular information might also come up with other campaigns that other players are playing. I can use that. uh, Again, it sounds like you're stealing ideas from your players, but that's basically the whole idea of D&D and role playing games. It is collaborative storytelling. It's not only you that is coming should come up with a setting or should come up with lore from your setting. It should also be your players as well. Your players would also love to contribute with your world and your setting, especially if they find it very interesting, and they would give you a lot of ideas about it. They would give you a lot of cool things that you can add or you can conceptualize and whatnot. There's and this also would save you time. It would save you effort on coming up with stuff because your players are already giving you very cool ideas, and all you need to do is just add them. And your players would also really appreciate it because they feel that they are part of the world. They feel that they are part of the 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 the, the, the effort to build this world and these stories and incorporate their own stories to your own world. So it's very, very important to have your players also build everything else while you're also building on the other on the other side as a DM with your players as well, the world itself. Don't hog everything on your own because that would make you that would sound egotistical in your part. You know, that is why some dungeon masters tend to railroad their players because the whole I think the reason why is because they are too egotistical on their own ideas. They wanted to have their ideas be the idea and nothing else. That's why they railroad players into specific situations wherein you cannot do this, you cannot do that because this is how I wrote the story. This is how I wrote the campaign. You cannot do this, you cannot do that. It's all simply because they don't want their players to they are not open for their players to collaborate as well and to contribute to whatever story or setting or lore uh, that will that will be cool to add. So for players as well, I would me as a DM. Speaking as a DM, we DMs are very very happy whenever you come up with cool concepts by yourself because it also gives us because it basically gives us a satisfaction that hey my players are very interested in my campaign in my setting and that's why they are contributing as well because they find this setting cool and they wanted to extrapolate on that. Mr. New Vegas 38, thank you so much for following. Welcome to the channel. If you're new to the channel, you can just type exclamation point KO. So yeah, this is basically what this step is, and this is I think this is actually the most important step for me because this means that my players are also in for the ride. I really love whenever I hear the enthusiasm with the setting by this method. They're also contributing to the setting as well. This is also great practice. Um, Whenever you're stuck in a rut when it comes to coming up with concepts. Uh, for example, there is this one time wherein I am having a hard time actually. I'm actually having a hard time coming up with the town with towns where my players came from because they already chosen their continents, but not the towns that they're in. Uh, I could do it myself, but what I did is I asked them one by one and asked them, hey, you can actually come up with your own town where your character came from because I wanted you as a player to be more familiar with your character than ever by coming up with your own town because your characters your character would be super familiar with the town that they live in or the city they live in more than the continent that they are in or the nation that they are in. And also, it's also a contribution from you because yeah, because this is your own idea. I can say and I can tell everyone else that hey, this player actually came up with this town's idea. And now that town is canon, which other players from other campaigns will be able to also visit. Yeah, missing you, Vegas. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for following. And basically we're just basically coming up with basic tips about world building for Dungeons and Dragons and any other tabletop games. So if you have like any questions and anything that you can share when it comes to any settings that you were come up able to come up with, or any questions about uh uh the setting that you already uh conceptualized, you can go ahead and ask. I'd really love to answer questions for you and to read your comments as well as everyone else. Static, Docno, Alamandy, Azazel, Dana. I'm really happy that they're loving it. But yeah, anyway, going back, as I mentioned earlier, it's also very important. Totally didn't forget I needed to do that. That's okay. That's okay. But yeah, as I mentioned earlier, your players would really love it. It I I this is a tried and tested method to get your players involved because they would really love for you to actually have them come up with their own content with their own content for the world because they feel that they belong to the campaign and they feel that they matter not just as other players but also storytellers and writers. Now you don't have to force your players. Not all players can come up with ideas right away. Just give them some time and just give them the opportunity to come up with their own ideas and say, "Hey, I'm actually trying to work on this on the town that your character lives in. If you have some time, you can give me some details about it. You don't have to do it right away. Just something that I can put in on the docket or the document. And you'll never know. Maybe you will be able to, you or your characters or your group will be able to go back to your character's town or city, and you can. There's already uh, a fleshed out detail for a detailed city that you made. I appreciate it. I am still coming up either mind. You can go ahead and share just a broad stroke idea. You don't need to be very specific, and that's okay if it's cringe. It will be cringe. It will be cringe. I can assure you that whatever you're coming up with will be cringe because even until now, the setting that I made is I still cringe about it. So so basically, yeah, that's perfectly fine. I'm paying attention to this more than my online classes. Hell, any class. Hey, don't neglect your online class, okay? Finish your school. School is important, okay? What setting are you currently creating? That's a very good question because I will actually share it later. I already come up with one, and it's basically the setting that I'm currently running right now, which is Xayah for my players on my own games. Sushi writer, we all know that your word is amazing. Thank you, thank you. It's I think I remember that meme. What is that meme? It's not great, but it's honest work. Don't do school. Stay in drugs. Nah, you're wrong. Do school. Don't do drugs. Okay? Or else I will unleash my finisher on you because you're bad. Because you're bad, and I'm a hero. Yeah, what setting I'm currently creating? Yeah, basically it's this. Just give me one moment. Now I know that some people in the chat already knows this, but just in case you don't know, this is the setting. So basically, the planet is called Exia. Exia. Now, why I called it Exia? It's basically a combination of two words. It's extra and Gaia. Um, the whole idea about it is I tried to make it, well, not really close, but I tried to make it the most of the concepts of this setting is based on concepts from the real world in terms of culture, in terms of some of the nations, what's the inspiration in some of the nations and the cultures around it. Um, it's based on the real world, so that's why I called it Exia because it's extra Gaia. Gaia means Earth or world, and extra, you know, extra. So this is basically my setting. The whole idea about the setting is the whole idea about it is basically there's this planet and it's split in two, and it's split into two by a very very large gap between the world. And the whole idea about it is the one hemisphere is populated and explored, while the other one is unexplored, uncharted. Well, some of it are explored, but most of it are in like uncharted territory, wherein no one really knows what exists on that other side of the world, on that other side of the hemisphere. So basically, that's the whole idea about it. And uh, the name of the hemisphere is Luminaire Hemisphere and the Numbre Hemisphere. And from that, I worked out on the nations and the continents where the hemispheres contain. Now, most of it are again. Uh, how I came up with the continents is I came up with a motive, and from that motive, I built the continent around that motive. So that's why I also listed here an extra detail, because it helps me and it also helps my players know the general flavor or the general theme of that continent, and based from that they can build off their characters. So that's why I also added the origin system, the origin continent system, wherein if your character came from a specific continent, they will gain bonuses depending on the continent that they came from. So, for example, you are from Avantia, you will get origin bonuses like a +1 to 2 stats of your choice and proficiency with one skill check of your choice. So basically, that's the whole idea about it. And then I just, I'm very lazy, so that's why I just put here a basic blurb about it that just explains the whole of it. Again, broad strokes, not specific details. We can go with the specific details later once your players get there, or once you get the time to actually flesh it out. I just put in a little blurb like the most centrally populated nation in Exia, considered to be the melting pot of different races and cultures. That's it. And then I have here the theme European fantasy with fantasy anime elements. It's Avanti is basically whenever you watch isekai anime or just fantasy anime in general, that's how Avantia is. That's what Avantia is. All of those elements are inspired. Uh, Basically, Avantia is inspired by those elements. So again, I have not fleshed out this in very detailed, fleshed out. But I listed details that would be easy for me and my players to understand. And also, the thing about this is the reason why we're just doing a broad stroke approach with listing out what a setting is or a continent is in this case is you don't want your players to be spoiled as well. Excuse me. You don't really want your players to be spoiled as well with very minute details that they might come up with their campaign that is very very important for the campaign itself. So for example, there are lore in Avantia that I already listed on my own, very minute details, very smaller details that I already wrote, but I haven't added it here in the document because why? I wanted my players to discover them, but I already have those details in handy. But that doesn't mean they are fully canon yet, because what I consider fully canon is if your players come across it. That's the only time that it will be fully canon and it will be uh, added as common knowledge with 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 your lore for your setting. So yeah. So basically, all you need to do is just do broad strokes, and you can come up with the details way later down the line. You don't have to stress about doing the minute details, especially whenever you're starting out with coming up with a setting. You don't need to be very specific because it just wastes your time, it wastes your energy. It also wouldn't be as pleasing to your players whenever you present them your setting because you have this wall of text of details that they don't really need to understand, and they won't be able to come up along the campaign, but you listed them anyway for what? For nothing. You just presented them with a wall of text that they wouldn't even read. But with this method, your players will be able to read the very basic ideas that they need to start up a character, or to come up with a backstory, or to come up with an idea or a concept for what their character would be, or maybe an aspect of your world setting that they can contribute. Right? Hey, no taking notes, no taking on somebody's notes. Be nice. Be nice. Write your own notes, okay? Write your own notes. So yeah. So basically, there's that. This will be much more easier for your players to come up with with the core concept of their character, and they wouldn't really be very frustrated or very stressed when coming up with characters because of the wall of text that you presented them on your session zero that gives every detail down to the point where down to the detail on what your citizens eat for breakfast. They don't need to know that. All they need to know is the general idea, the general motive of the idea, broad strokes, broad ideas, broad details. And then you can just let your players come up with probably a more detailed concept of their character based on the broader ideas that you provided to them. You're basically providing them. It's like a sandwich. You basically gave them the bread and a whole ref stock full of meats, stock full of of condiments and veggies, but you let your players build the sandwich. Just let your players build the sandwich. You give them all of the ingredients, build the sandwich. So one example here, and this is actually one of the probably the one of the most favorite continent I noticed that my players have is the plains of VOD, which is also one of my favorite continents. Now, this one I just listed as horror themed Victorian, werewolves, vampires, witches, and abominations. An ever present curse permeates this land, where denizens of the dark roams the lands. That's it. They don't need to know any other idea. They don't need to know very minute ideas about it unless they ask. Unless they ask me as a DM, hey, what is this curse? Why is it cursed? Blah blah blah. And I just say to them, play the game to find out. Maybe build your character around that question. What is the curse? Why is the curse permeates the land? Where did it come from? How do we stop it? So from that, they already have a concept of the character. They don't need to know the details on why it is cursed. You yourself as a DM, you can list that down all you want. If you want, if you have the time, you can come up with like a lore excuse on why it happened, but otherwise you don't really need to do it right away. And that's where the source, most of the source of most of the seed of your adventure will come from actually. The curse is it's that the continent is too awesome. Come on. Yeah, it is an awesome one. I actually love the Plains of God. I when I came up with this idea, when I came up with it, um I would admit I got it from different elements of things that I love, like Bloodborne, especially Bloodborne actually. Um, in D&D, Barovia, Curse of Strahd. I really love the concept of Barovia as being just this haunted region, just permeating with haunted stuff. That a lot of weird stuff is happening. I also like the concept of churches and I also love the not cult but churches. There's a very big distinction between a cult and a church. I love the concept of religious clergies, but they worship a specific deity that is not Christian or that is not Roman Catholic, but elements of how they worship that god or how they worship that deity or whatever it is based on Christianity. I think the closest one that I can think of is blasphemous. I really love the concept of blasphemous. The whole idea that they obviously took elements from Spanish Catholicism, but they're not right on the nose. Yeah. Do you know of Monkey DM's Bloodborne in styled module? What? What is it? I don't know. I don't know that. The Bloodborne inspired module. But yeah. Uh now now if you notice, I already written the details, but they are still written on broad strokes. They're not written on uh very detailed um way, because again I don't want to overwhelm my players with details that they wouldn't otherwise care or come up with right away. I just needed them to read details that they can use as inspiration, basically, to come up with their character. Because again, as I mentioned on the last part, let your players, I said on the last part, have your players build everything else. You can just do the broad strokes method, and maybe the minute details will be built from your players. So, for example, if they maybe wanted to do a character from the cleansing church, I haven't listed here the details on the clergy of the cleansing church, how they were organized, how they were structured, who is the leader, who is the top dogs of the church, who are the cleansers as well. I haven't listed them down yet, although I already did in another document, but I already presented them that idea that they claim to possess the cleanse that washes away the curse of the plains of VOD. Now, over time, people started to follow them in reverence, maybe out of fear as well. There's that. And then they can come up with, let's say, someone that is an inquisitor or a cleanser from the cleansing church that is on a mission to find probably an abomination or spread the word of the church more. I don't know. I don't care what your character. uh, I care about your character, but you can just come up with on your own if you like. You can ask me more questions on things that you needed clarification, but this is what you will have. This is the core concept that I listed here. Basically, he created a module based on a lot of Soulsborne stuff. I think I read a module. No, not a module, a class feature detail of a Bloodborne hunter. I'm not really sure though if he's the same guy. So yeah, basically that's that. And again, if you guys notice, these parentheses here, the themes and the basic idea about these continents, they just were taken from other concepts. Again, you don't really need to be original. You don't need to force yourself to be original. Just take elements here and there. Just take elements here and there, mix them together, make them cohesive, make them interesting, and then there you go. You already have your continent. You can just flesh it out, maybe change things a little to make it your own, but you don't have to force in the meantime to be original, because that's the trap. That's the trap that you needed to get out of. And I guess from the your previous question, Dana, what's the biggest hurdle that I had as a DM? I guess that's also one of the biggest hurdles I had as a DM, at least when I was starting, it's being original. It's being the trap of being so original that I haven't been able to come up with anything yet, because I'm trying to come up with original things, which I don't really need to, you know? So yeah, I mean that's you can do as well. Steinhardt's Guide to Eldritch Hunt. Yeah, I'll take a look at that later. Seems interesting, especially due to the fact that I put in a lot of Soulsborne stuff in one of the continents. But yeah, so basically, yeah, that's how I did it, at least. And again, I said on the start of the stream, I am no expert. I am no master of this. This is the only things that I did. And these might not work, but this might not work on you, but that's perfectly fine. If it works for you, that's great. But what I'm trying to do is to share what I did on my end, when I tried to come up with with their own world and building around it. And it doesn't really need to be again, it will be cringe. I know, definitely cringe. It's definitely cringe and you cannot escape it. But you also have to own your own ideas. Because at the end of the day, that's your own ideas. No matter how cringe it is, it will be cringe. And it will always be cringe. At least you come up with something and at least you tried. I guess that's that's the best advice that I can give whenever you think that your work is cringe, just own it. You know, at least you did it. So yeah, this is actually very short. This is actually very short. These are the methods that I use whenever I come up with world building stuff. They're not really that much. They're not really that complicated per se. These are just the basics of the basics from someone like me that is I'm no expert. Again, I'm no Matt Mercer or Matt Colville. Uh, but these are the things that I did that worked for me. And again, I'm not really sure if it works for everybody, if it works for you or whatnot, but you can try these. It makes the work easier. At least what I can say about these tips is these tips will make your work easier at least because believe me, I'm a lazy person. I'm a very lazy person and all of these are born out of laziness. And as they say, don't work hard, work smart. So yeah, I mean, if you guys like have any questions or anything that you can add to this, stop, stop calling me daddy. Stop it. I will ban you. Stop it. It doesn't sound right. Okay, doesn't sound right. So yeah, again, if you have like any anything that you can add, anything that you can share about like world building or just coming up with ideas, coming up with concepts, you can go ahead and share. Stop! 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 Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Behave! Uh, I actually cannot hear myself an echo. I'm not really sure if I'm even echoing. I'm trying to do the echo. So what time is it? Well, I've been streaming for like 3 hours now. Okay. Just give me one moment. Are you sure, guys? You cannot hear anything, anyone else besides me? I might need to check on this later because I'm actually still working on the audio balance and just making sure that everything's okay. I guess I can only hear. Okay, thank you so much, Noel, for checking. Just making sure because I don't really. You're making Mandy mad. Mandy, do you want to be a mod? I can give you power. I can give you I can give you power, man. I can give you the sword. The sword that will purge. I believe I can have power. Yeah, I'm serious. Want to be my mod? I can make you a mod. I don't want to give Titus the power because, you know. Let's see. Yeah, sure. I was my Titus. Al is probably the most suitable for a mod. Yeah. Actually, yeah. Actually, now that I think about it, hmm. I'll consider it. I'll consider it. I mean, I don't. Well, I only have like a few viewers. You know, the chat doesn't really move fast, and we're not really having any. I'm not really noticing any new viewers. So I don't really need. Well, I don't really need right away a mod in the meantime. But I'm thinking about it. I'll think about it. And actually, let's do this. Anyone who watches right now, can you type yo in the chat? Just checking. I think Ty scared him away. Yeah, if you're in the chat and you're watching right now, can you type yo for me? Just make sure the chat is working. Just one yo would be enough. Okay, cool. All right. All right. Thank you so much for that. I'm just trying to make sure that my chat is not delayed, especially on this part. This one. I can't point it out, so I can only look up. I can only really look up because I cannot use my hand. But yeah, well, if there's nothing else, so I guess this is it. I guess I know that it is not what you expected for tips that I'm able to give in terms of world building, but these are the basic tips that work for me at least. They are not much. Again, they are not much, and they're not very detailed because that's the point. You don't have to be very detailed when you come up with concepts with world building. It's just that. It's just do it on broad strokes. Do it on very broad ideas. Start with very broad ideas and list them down, and then flesh them out one by one. But again, make sure that you're not going overboard with so much details, and always think about your players, what they would be interested on uh putting in as a concept when it comes to your world, and what would make them uh give interest basically. Because again, the your setting will be cringe, believe me, but there will be one or two uh details on your setting that maybe one or two of your players or maybe all of your players will be interested in, and they would ask a lot of questions about that detail, and you would be able to answer them. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do now is to actually make an outro of the YouTube channel that I'll be the YouTube video that I'll be editing for this once we got the VODs open. So just give me one moment. Let me switch up the stream. Now I'll be also making some adjustments here. Oh, there's how you do it. Okay, it's control. Adjust my light here so you can see me better. Oh god. Sometimes the light. Yeah, there you go. When you're writing your towns, how much detail is too much detail? Um, how much detail is too much detail? Well, it really depends. I mean, you will know if it's too much detail. Really, that's the thing, though. You will definitely know when it's too much detail. In terms of too much detail, I guess what's too much detail for me is mundane things. Like, for example, when you're coming up with a town, if you come up with this whole idea or this whole system of where the cockroaches are coming from and what specific path are they taking whenever they try to steal the grain from the granary and where they are heading to which part of the forest, that's too much detail for me. It's too much detail that you and your players will not bother to actually know and find out because it's just too much. What we're doing is broad strokes. Just come up with a town, come up with where the town is. What's the topography? Well, it's coastal. Is it a big city, a small town? Is it a farming town? Is it a fishing town? Just very basic, very broad ideas that you can apply to your town. And then the very specific details like who is the mayor, who is the blacksmith, who is the keeper of the tavern, who is the keeper of the general store. You can come up with those later, um, with your prep. Whenever you're prepped for the next session, if your players are about to go to that specific town, that's the time that you'll be fleshing out more details like the NPCs, the places of interest, the points of the story, the points on the city that makes it a little bit interesting or a little bit unique. Don't come up with this whole lore on why they have why they have this specific type of wood on their wood floors that can only be found on a specific part of this forest. Because again, because if the players knows what that detail is, what are they gonna do about it? Are they gonna hunt for that same tree? You know, I guess the best way to also know if a detail is too much detail is if it is vital for your campaign and how you run the campaign or how you run the session. So going back on that wooden floors, Maybe the wooden floor is made out of trees that those trees are eating people for some reason. So that's a thing that your players can actually investigate and find out. You're welcome. You're welcome. That's why we're here. That's why you're here. That's why we're here. I'm answering questions and I'm also reading some ideas that you can come up with. I highly encourage you to chat and ask me questions. Ask your also your fellow chatters questions as well. I really love the interaction. But yeah, too much detail is when you know that your players would not you would know that your players would not bother looking for it, or it's not really vital for the session that you'll be running or the campaign that you will be running. That's too much detail already. Yeah, went from the floor is made of floor, the floor eats people. That's the thing. That's the whole idea about it. You know? Yeah. That's when you can make a detail an important detail. Is if there's something weird that is happening. Writing about a floor and what the floor is made of, what specific type of wood it's made of, it's too much detail. But writing a floor that eats people because of the wood that is made of is important detail because it involves your players. It involves the story and the players. That's the thing that you needed to list down. How would your players be able to know what wood it is and where to find it? And how would you be able to have your players be interested in the wooden floor? Make the floor eat people. They wouldn't be interested with a floor that is just a wooden floor. Yeah, that's right. Well, how did you get your floors to be this color of red? Yeah, exactly. Like a vibrant red. Yeah. Make it vibrant red. Just don't write in a floor that is a wooden but just looks like any other floor. And don't write the tree that it came from if it is just a tree. Because again, your players wouldn't bother looking for that specific tree because there's nothing interesting about the wooden floor or the tree. Make the floor eat people. That's gotta be a quote. Exactly, exactly. Isn't it interesting, right? Right? You see, it's interesting. A floor that eats people, and a whole town encouraging that behavior. We come up with a town, and the town for some reason has red floors, red wooden floors that is red, and that's the only red part. That's the only red part of the houses. For some reason, whenever it's a house or it's a tavern or it's a church or it's a or even an outhouse or a toilet, they have this red flooring for some reason, which is very odd. So you can use that as basically your campaign motivator, your player motivator, or the main problem of the campaign or the session. Don't encourage the player. It's gonna grow up spoiled. When we can't make clips, like clips on this channel or clips are, I think you can make some clips on this channel. I think I enabled clips. If you're talking about clips on this channel for VODs, I think I enabled it. Yeah, let me check. Let me check again. Huh. I turn it off. Let me. I even have the clip that. option. I'm sorry. Honestly, this is my first time streaming on Twitch. Oh yeah, I enabled the clips, but it's only for subscribers. Yeah. Okay, let me turn that off. Yeah, enable the clips. It's only for subscribers. Well, I'm not really a partner yet, so yeah. Yeah, there you go. You should be able to to make clips now. Although I might it might be too late already to make the clip. There will be a VOD of this. There will be a VOD of this stream because once I finish the stream, there will be a VOD. I will download the VOD and upload it to YouTube instead. Yeah, that's why. I'm dumb. Out of context, writer. I think what that's what the clips are for, basically. Uh the whole time that I'm watching Twitch, my whole experience on watching Twitch, I realized that the clips are basically for clipping out of context moments. How do you establish a character to be intimidating, especially NPCs? I do it two ways. Um, I do it through basically making a threat, or basically having the character give a threat, or subtly have the character's demeanor say everything about them, whether they're friendly or they're intimidating. Because whenever you role play a character as a DM, you always have to think about, if you were put in the shoes of this character, how would you act? How would you be intimidating? And from that, you can basically work on it. Work on being intimidating. I know that it's very confusing. I know it's very confusing, but the whole idea is you're role playing, and the whole idea of role playing is putting the shoe yourself on the shoes of the character itself. So if your character, you wanted the character to be intimidating, be intimidating. How would you be intimidating as you yourself? Would you be uh would you be loud? Would you shout? Would you hurl threats? Would you just come up with lots of curses and whatnot? Now me, the thing is, when I try to be intimidating, which I don't really do personally. But the whole idea, my idea of being intimidating is someone that doesn't want to explain themselves twice. I'm the type of person that when I try to intimidate someone, or at least if I try to intimidate someone, I don't repeat anything that I say, because you're not that important for me to emphasize what I'm trying to say. You're not that important. If you don't understand me, that's your problem. But I will try to do my darn best, my 200%, to explain to you what's going on and what I wanted to happen and what I wanted you to do. And I will do it in such a way that you will understand it once. And if you didn't understand it, that's your problem, because I will not be explaining myself again. And I noticed that whenever I'm doing it, I come across as intimidating, because I will be intimidated with that. Also, there's another way, which is what you would be intimidated with? Are you intimidated with someone that doesn't speak that much? Or are you intimidated with someone that literally threatens you, directly threatens you, and you can build your NPC through that? If you wanted to build an intimidating character, build on the idea of what will make you intimidated to a certain person. Yeah, because it's really intimidation. It's really different from each person. It's really different. So I cannot really emphasize, or I cannot really provide like a straight or concrete answer on how to make an intimidating NPC. What I can do though is to provide you an idea on how to come up with NPCs in general in terms of what their demeanor is. Just act them out like how would what's your idea of being someone who is intimidated, or what are you intimidated with? So that's what so that you will be able to role play it more effectively and and get the idea across to your players more effectively that I am playing an intimidating character. This character is trying to intimidate you. Whether your character, how your character as a player would react to that, it's up to you. But me, on my end, this is a intimidating character, and this character is trying to intimidate you. Now, if your players still doesn't get that, that's perfectly fine. You can just tell to them that this character, this NPC is intimidating you or is trying to intimidate you. What are you going to do? Again, also depend on your players. Communicate with your players as effectively and as clearly as possible on what your NPC is trying to do or is trying to to exhume in a whatever their behavior is or whatever this position is. Especially if you're very new and you're not really adept on role playing a character or an NPC, just tell to your players straight up, this character is intimidating you. This character has said he will chop off your head if you don't go. And I guess you just wait your players' responses. Curse of Moral of the story: be Homelander. Homelander is best role model. Yeah, yeah. Homelander is someone that very intimidating. Homelander is someone that if you see him for the first time, you will be intimidated. Why? Because he already shows it to you. He doesn't need to say, he doesn't need to threaten you. He just shows you. That's also uh oh wait. Oh wait, no. What happened? Why were you time up? 29 minutes. Yeah, I saw that you were timed out by Nightbot. I'm not really sure why. What did you try to type? What did you try to type? Just to make sure that I can check it with Nightbot and disable it. Maybe Nightbot is misfiring. Apparently using caps is bad. Oh, caps. Yeah, I'll adjust it later. Maybe for the meantime, just don't use caps because that also counts as spam. Although I don't really mind, I'm just making sure that yeah, I'll laser every single one of it. Exactly. You can also do it that way. There's nothing really right or wrong about it. You just have to have your point come across whenever you're trying to do an intimidating character or an anxious character or a smart character. You can either directly say it to your players or to your DM if you're a player, or just act out whatever your idea is of what an intimidating person is, what an anxious person is, what uh, a smart person is, whatever. Now my inspirations for I guess my inspirations for I guess my inspirations for intimidating people. Yeah, one is Homelander. Uh, another is another is from Rocky. Actually, from the Rocky movie. Rocky 3, Rocky 4. I can't remember. Ivan Drago, the Russian boxer that was played by Dolph Lundgren. He is intimidating because he doesn't speak that much. He just looks at you and he just stares at you. He doesn't speak that much because he doesn't know English that well, and because that's all he needs to do. Just look at you straight in the eye, unbreaking. And there's this one line. He says, "I must break you." That's all he needs to do. That's all he needs to say. He doesn't need to do any expletives or any monologues and something like that to be intimidating. Because my whole idea, at least, of intimidating is a person that doesn't want to explain themselves twice. Because if they do, the next thing that will happen is they will either punch you or kick you, or stab you or whatnot. Those are intimidating persons for me. They only explain things once and they make sure you understand what they are saying. Make sure that you're understanding me. I will only say this once, and once in your life, I will break you. See? I already intimidated. That's already my intimidation. Also, that punching machine also helped. But yeah, that's how you play NPCs in general, I guess. For me, again, no expert, but that's what I do. So okay, no more questions. More questions. More questions. I'm still here, chilling. I cannot really do an Archeon voice. Really, honestly, I cannot do an Archeon voice. Archeon is sounded different in my head. So yeah, I'm sorry for the dead air. I'm just adjusting something. I need to actually make sure I don't have that much dead air. Honestly, what do you guys think? Is it okay if I have like that some dead airs here every now and then, or I just keep talking? Mate, he's my own character, and even I can't. I guess he also sounded different in your head. I guess. Imagine eating gravel after smoking 20 packs of cigars. I don't know. Archeon sounded different in my head. I don't s- I don't imagine him as being his voice being as gravelly. Uh I would think Archeon as someone who lowers his voice. But heightens his pitch. Like, for example, I will smite you. Something like that. He's trying to be edgy. He doesn't really do a gravelly voice, at least for me. And correct me if I'm wrong. It's not my character, it's your character. But uh, if I were Archeon, if I were to conceptualize Archeon, I wouldn't. I don't. I cannot really imagine him in a gravelly voice. He does lower his voice, I would imagine, but he doesn't do it gravelly. But it does try to be intimidating all the time. Kill, maim, burn. Kill, maim, burn. Yeah, that's how I sound. That's how he sounded in my head. But Batman in terms of Kevin Conroy voice, yeah, Kevin Conroy Batman, not Christian Bale Batman. Kevin Conroy has this like gravelly but silky smooth voice still. He still has this like silky smooth voice, even though his voice is gravelly. But with Christian Bale, he's just a has a gravelly voice, like he just makes it gravelly basically. It's still his voice, but just gravelly. Right? Is Gobbo. What do you mean Gobbo? Who is Gobbo? All right. Anyway, how long has I been on for? I've been on for like 3 hours and 30 minutes. Oh, Goblin. Who's Goblin? Like Hobgoblin, Goblin from Spider-Man, just typical Goblin. I didn't know I'm actually streaming double here. So you can now see the dashboard. Oh, never mind. You cannot see the dashboard. All right. Okay, what else? Probably. Well, if you guys don't really have questions, or if you don't really have any other thing to share with what we just did, which is world building, I guess I'm just gonna record the end slate for the upcoming YouTube video for this one. But again, I am still building the YouTube VOD channel. After the stream, once the VOD is available for Twitch, because what Twitch does is it only stores VODs for like uh 14 days for non-affiliates, and after that it deletes the whole VOD. So what I'm going to do is I will download the VOD for this stream, and I will re-upload it to my VOD channel on YouTube. So anyone that might have missed the stream will be able to watch it again. And also, there will be an edited version of this video, a YouTube edited version that I'll be uploading to my main YouTube channel, which will be launching probably around next week. Maybe around next week once I am able to edit out a video. Don't forget to feed the floor. I will. Don't forget to feed the floor. I'm just readying up something before I can record. Because I'm also recording this on my own PC, on my own laptop. Just in case I lose the VOD itself from Twitch, I have a backup copy. Because basically, this stream is basically just me recording content for the YouTube channel, so that hopefully through the YouTube channel, uh, people will notice and they will be able to watch the streams as well live. I guess that's the best method for making people aware of this channel, my channel. Okay, where is it? Okay, so all right. So here we go. Let's do this. This is the first time that I'll be doing it, so I'm not really sure. Not really sure what to say, and maybe I'll be using this for most of my videos. But here we go. Let me start the recording here. Okay, here we go. Hey guys, it's me, RyuShinden, and if you enjoyed the video, you can go ahead and subscribe to my YouTube channel, RyuShinden. Just here in the bottom, click that bell, click that subscribe button, bada bing bada boom, and you'll be welcome to the hero base. And if you like, you can also watch me on Twitch live as I do shenanigans. www.twitch.tv/RyuShinden. I'll be streaming every Sundays 4 p.m. Manila time or whatever I actually feel like it. So anyway, don't forget to follow the Twitch channel as well so you'll be able to know when I will be live. And I'll see you guys next time. Brave on. And there you go. All right. There you go. There's the end card. All right. I'll be chilling here. I'll be actually chilling here a bit. So if you have like any questions, anything that you wanted to ask, or actually, here's the thing. What should we watch? I can react on some videos. Still have like a few minutes. Or actually, here's what we're going to do. What content would you like for me to actually tackle? Like what games would you like me to see play? I've got a few. All right. Like games or something that we can react on. Should I send here the link or DM it to you? You can DM me in Discord. Or speaking of Discord, I'm actually about to build a Discord channel for the Twitch channel, a Discord server for the Twitch channel. Haven't really finished it yet. I actually haven't even started it yet, but I'm thinking of starting a Discord server. But I guess I will launch it once I get enough viewers, I guess, because. But yeah, you can just DM it on Discord. Oh, and Mandy, I just saw your DM about the clips. I haven't been checking on Discord the whole stream, so yeah. I haven't been checking on Discord. I just checked it now and then I just saw your DM. If you are still watching, yeah. And actually, I'm gonna need to also adjust something here. Uh, where is it? Stream, stream manager, manage goals. So now that we reached 12 followers, I'm gonna start a new goal. Start a new goal of 20. Right, there you go. Update it. Now updating to where 20 followers. Um Dana, I don't think that you can. Yeah, I set the chat. I definitely set the chat to. Yeah, so you cannot post links on the chat, just in case, you know, just in case some bots, because it's because if bots invaded our chat and they'll be posting malicious links, the bot will be able to stop. The night bot will be able to stop, and that's why I disabled links. So whatever you're trying to send me for links and such, you can just DM it to me, and I'll take a look. I can, and I only will send you memes to watch. This is a warning. Yeah, yeah, you can send me memes. You can react on memes. React to memes. That is. Okay. Let me switch them. Let me switch the screens. Let me adjust my screen here. Let me move my chair here. Yeah. Oh, you can see my dashboard. God damn it. Switch it. Now what? Now you see what dashboard looks like for Twitch. Let me make sure. Give me one moment. Oh, this video may be inappropriate for some users. Okay. Although I know what this is. I know what you already sent me, basically. We adjust this. Okay, there you go. Right. Okay, age restricted, alright. Desktop audio is on. Let me know, guys, if you can hear this.
Fucking paranoid, you are fucking, you bloody, you bloody bastard bitch, fuck you, fuck you, bloody, fucking mother, bloody, fuck bitch, bloody, fuck you fucking bloody bastard, benchwood, bloody, you blunder, no, but why, bloody no, why, bloody fucking accident, then what you wanna do? Why you fuck me, I fuck you, bloody, bloody bastard, fucking running like lady, eh? Bloody. What the fuck, man? fucking now shout at me, innit? Why are you shouting at me?
Why? Yeah, why are you shouting?
Do you do the other places? Why are you shouting? Huh? Because of this, you are doing. Hello. I don't know. You are doing like this. I think you are going to accident. No, shouting at me no good, man. No shout at you.
But the thing is that
what you think if you do like this one, you are going at work and somebody else
but
do
that
like
one, okay, if running he has like a point. One,
you're gonna fucking fall, innit? But hurting yourself. But
I mean, he has a point. He does have a point. He's just accident. You're doing accident. He has a point. He is bloody. He has a point anyway, because you're doing accident. It was accident. Okay. Yeah, I seen this meme before, and it's good because I just doing bloody. Best bit is coming up. The ending.
but yeah, because of this I saved myself. That one very icy road, man. Okay, have a nice day. Bye bye.
Bye bye. And that's that. Bye bye. At least he's courteous enough to say goodbye. I actually only seen that part. I've seen a part of the meme. I've never seen the whole thing actually. Never seen the whole thing. Okay, what else? Have a nice day. At least yeah. At least I guess at least they're courteous enough. Okay. Trying to make sure that everything fits. Not cutting out everything here. Okay, what's next? Meme review. Well, this is short. Okay. Take a look. Oh, is he naked? Come on. Is he naked? I'm gonna switch it. Is he naked? Don't send me memes like that, okay? We're gonna get banned. God God damn it, man. Is he naked? I'm not gonna watch it. I'm not gonna watch it unless you tell me that if he's naked or not. Yeah. Don't no don't. Please don't send me anything nudity. Twitch will Twitch will murder me. Please, no nudity. I'm okay with memes. I'm okay with that. Just no lewd. This is a family. This is a family friendly Christian stream. Okay. 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 Let me check again. The brutal world of Steinhardt Sky to the Eldritch Hunt. Okay. Could be cool. Let me roll this up. Yeah, we'll get to that later. Let me watch this first.
Are you ready to join?
Let me adjust this one. Sorry, I'm doing this on the fly, so okay, I think I can switch out then. And go.
The hunt. Defeat over 50 macabre monsters, fallen comrades, and spawn of the old ones,
But that looks
monsters.
that's straight up Father Gascoigne. Orphan at Cause. This is just straight up Orphan at Cause, which is
fallen
cool.
comrades, and spawn of the old ones to uncover the cosmic origin of the scourge.
This is actually cool.
Adventurers can embody one
Oh, they do, and they look
of
like
14 twisted
they look
race
like
options,
mannequins.
and pursue any of the 16 nightmarish subclasses. Arm them with a plethora of trick weapons.
That's a cool gun.
Arsenal.
Oh, this is definitely a Bloodborne inspired art. I have seen, I think I have seen like an exact, well, not really exact, but almost an exact copy of this kind of art from Bloodborne on a wallpaper. I'm not sure how I can find it, but I distinctly remember a Bloodborne wallpaper exactly looked like this. Although yeah, it's different with the weapons, but yeah, I've seen this before, and this is definitely Bloodborne inspired.
Changing arsenal that augments a hunter's repertoire of strategies. A magnitude of role-playing avenues arises from Steinhardt's new madness system. The world is constantly changing. From the fires of a scorching moon to the bloody malice of a sanguine eclipse, the Eldritch Moon's distorted influence begets a new chaos and calamity with each cycle. Though the mystery of the scourge may be uncovered, few are likely to survive, let alone survive unscathed. Will he succumb or endure? Back the Kickstarter and find out.
Okay.
Good luck.
Love her voice. This is interesting. This is actually interesting. Is this like a whole system or
Though the mystery of the scourge may be uncovered, few are likely to.
I'm not sure if this is a whole system or just an like a homebrew expansion. But this is cool. This is cool. If I only have the money, I will back this one. Yeah, a lot of cool stuff. I'm pretty sure that this is a homebrew expansion because the dice. I thought it was like a whole other system, uh, like its own system. Now that I think about it, this is there is actually like a what do you call it, a board game for Dark Souls. Now I'm trying to now what I wanted is a board game for Bloodborne. Let me look that up. Dark Souls board game. Uh, Here you go.
Nick here.
Dark Souls, the board game is actually very interesting. I really wanted to play it. Give Archeon a Dragon Slayer. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Yeah. This is a Dark Souls board game. This thing. I actually really wanted to play this.
And today you will learn how to play Dark Souls the board game. This game is a cooperative dungeon crawl board game for 1 to 4 players where you must work together tactically to learn how to defeat enemies before finally confronting the boss. Let's start with the setup. Place the bonfire tile on the table. Shuffle and draw 4 tiles around the bonfire in any way you wish, aligning the doorways between them. Do not use the tiles marked with a red skull for now. Take the fog gate token and place it on an empty portion of a wall on the tile that is the farthest from the bonfire tile.
Okay.
Take the bonfire sparks dial and select the value based on the number of players. Set as 5 sparks for 1 player, 4 for 2 players, 3 for 3 players, and 2 for 4 players.
I wonder if this is like can be played solo. I will get the Dragon Slayer. I'll think about it. But yeah, I wonder if this is like a solo play. And also, do you hear the video whenever I play it? Is the audio okay? Just wondering if the audio is okay.
Place the bonfire sparks dial on the bonfire tile. Next, choose 1 mini-boss out of the 4 available in the base game. You can choose between the Winged Knight, Titanite Demon, Gargoyle,
I really love those minis.
or the Boreal Outrider Knight. For this video, I chose the Titanite Demon. Place the miniature next to the board. Get the health dial of the chosen mini-boss and set it to max health, placing it next to the miniature. Get the data card and behavior cards of the chosen mini-boss. They should have the boss's silhouette at the back of the card, and place it next to the miniature as well.
How about that?
Next, get the boss's treasure cards. They have a treasure icon with a red dot here, and the boss's silhouette at the back, and place them next to the miniature. For the next step, get these cards. They are the encounter cards. There are 3 encounter card types: level 1, level 2, and level 3.
How's the volume?
Separate the encounter cards by level and place them next to the board. Take the boss's data card and look at the bottom. Each boss has the difficulty level of the encounters you face prior to the boss written on it. For example,
I guess I'm just gonna
Demon has 1 level 1 encounter card.
I guess I'm just gonna like stop the video every now and then whenever I speak. This is the thing that I haven't really adjusted yet. Is whenever I watch a video or play a game, I'm not really sure if the audio balancing is good. Let me check.
And 3 level 2 encounter cards. Draw them from the encounter cards and place 1 encounter card face down on each tile. Place the lower level encounter cards near the bonfire tile and the higher level encounter cards farther from the bonfire. Each player should pick 1 character by taking its character board and miniature. There are 4 characters in the game: the Assassin, which focuses on dodge and fast attacks, the Herald, which is good for healing the party, the Knight, which is good at defending, the Assassin, and the Warrior, which is good at attacking. Place the Luck, which is good for healing the party, the Knight, which is good at defending, the Assassin, and the Warrior, which is good at attacking.
Okay, is it perfect now?
The Knight, which is good at defending, the Assassin,
Sorry.
and the Warrior, which is
Let
good at
me
attacking.
turn that off. Okay, there you go.
Heroic action
I'm trying to adjust my volumes
and
here.
Estus Flask tokens flipped up on each character's board. Place 1 level up white cube in each square hole for the base level of Strength, Dexterity, Intelligence, and Faith. Find the treasures that have the character icons on the back.
Okay, let me
These are
check
the
if
starting
we
equipment
have sent
for
other
each
videos
character.
here.
The Warrior, for example, has the ones with the axe icon. Place the treasure cards with the hand icon on the hand.
Okay, let's watch this. Let's watch this one, I guess. I love Virgil. I actually love Virgil more than Dante.
What the? For the love of Sparta, please just.
I actually love Virgil more than Dante. I would admit I love Dante. I love the wacky woohoo pizza guy. I actually love the wacky woohoo pizza guy. No, the crazy uncle. Uh, I love him, but I love Virgil more because how cringe he is most of the time. He's really cringe. Like if you think of a cringe character, you think of Virgil because all about him is cringe. You know, this Virgil is a person that Virgil is a character that you won't even believe this character exists or how serious he is all the time or how tundra he is all the time. I really like Virgil because of that and how cringe he is. His whole character is just cringe worthy, and I really love him for it. Okay, moving on.
Just work with me.
Why isn't this working?
Screw it. This isn't getting anywhere. Doppelganger. You have 10 seconds to tell me why the Yamato doesn't work anymore. Oh, for the love of Sparta, not this again. Who told you that? Only I know that.
What? What is it? Bro, we're the same fucking dude, bro. How you did this dumb? Does it see now old boo per eating ass? I don't understand. Anyways, he told me this shit.
Who's he? Oh no, you've gotta be scumming me. That's right, baby. Back from the dead. Me soon. And you can bet your left.
The memes. The memes. The memes. The memes, Jack. Oh my god.
Nutsack, I have a very based announcement.
You know what? I need to play at some point Metal Gear Revengeance on PC. I will try to find it, and I will play it. Probably one of the future streams. I'll be playing it because I did finish it before. I finished it way back. I finished it through the PS4, PS4 or PS3. I can't remember, but it is a console. It's a PS. I don't know if it is a PS3 or the PS4, but I did finish it. I finished it way back when it was not that popular, actually. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting because I want to play it again, and I want to play it in a way that, like, what's my perspective back then, and what is my perspective now? Now that Metal Gear Revengeance has blew out, like really blew out. Because during the time that I was playing it was not that popular. It was not. It was not that popular. Believe me. But all of a sudden it's now very popular and for good reason. And actually I do see the reason why it was so popular. It's memeable. You have to pirate it because it's region locked. Yeah, I'll find a way. I guess I might need to emulate it or something. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to play pirated games as much as possible. I don't want to play pirated games if I could. As a matter of fact, I don't really play that much. That's why. So yeah, if I can emulate it, that's good. Otherwise, I need to find some ways, legal ways, that is. Yeah, it'll be down to watch. It's a good game. Yeah, it's really a good game. Even way back before it was popular, it was really a good game. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. And during that time, the only Metal Gears that I'm aware of is Metal Gear Solid and Metal Gear 2. I haven't even realized that there is a Metal Gear way back for the NES and even PC 98, the classic ones. I'm not even aware that those exist back then. But I played this and I really liked it. Especially the last battle. The last battle, if you know, you know. But the last battle is so good. So good. So much meme potential. But yeah, if I will try to find some way to play this. But yeah, this will be very interesting. Zespulok, hello, yeah, hello. First time chatter, welcome to the hero base. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're just reacting to vids and memes. I did something earlier, which is world building 101. Uh, I'm sorry that you missed it. But there will be a VOD, and I'll be uploading the VODs also to a YouTube channel that I'll be launching probably around next week. But welcome, welcome. Don't forget to follow as well, okay? Can't fret over. What is my sources? My sources is I made it the fuck up. I I love the Senator Armstrong memes. Even the ones that there is this one guy that can act. I've seen it on Twitter. There is this one guy that can do a Senator Armstrong so good. Uh, that can do a Senator Armstrong voice so good that he basically made memes, like lots of memes about Senator Armstrong. I forgot how to search for them, but they're so good. Oh my god. They're so good. Yeah, that one that meme that I just said earlier, what are my sources? My sources is I made it the fuck up. I think that was made by the same guy. I forgot his name. God damn it. I forgot his name. So yeah. Oh Zespolok, I'm sorry, the chat is auto moderated, so just in case don't put caps on your chat message. I'm sorry about the bot. I'm still adjusting it, but you can go ahead and post it. Just don't put it on caps, maybe, so that the bot won't be able to detect. But again, welcome to the channel. You can go ahead and chat. So okay, moving on.
So, Virgil, I heard your Yamato stopped working on you. Must really suck, huh? I could just use Mirage Edge and just finish the job. I didn't ask. Anyways, who separates the base from the cringe? Please, please do not make your meme speech again. Meme or BBs, Virgil. Reddit's taught me that. Yes, you aren't the only one to
Reddit
be
taught
born
me
in the kicking.
Reddit taught me that.
Downvoting is a cruel parent, but an effective teacher. Its final lesson is carved deep in my psyche. That the internet and all its memes are cringe. Free will is a myth. Religion's a joke. We are all pawns, controlled by something greater. Memes. The DNA of the soul. They shape our will. They are the culture. They are everything we pass on. Expose someone to anger long enough, they will learn to hate. They become a carrier. Envy, greed.
But you know what? You know something about it. And I've been watching a lot of Metal Gear Revengeance gameplays and the cutscenes. I've been watching a lot of them. I haven't really played it for a long time, but I have been watching a lot of people playing the game, and this is memey as fuck. This is memey as hell. But you gotta understand that he has a point in here that from my understanding, during this cutscene, what is trying for what is trying to do for Raiden to understand is the core concept of an idea and dying. The Sundowner memes are good too. Yeah, yeah, they are good too. the Sundowner is he is a freak of nature. He is a very special person. He is a very special person. I don't think that he's as memeable as Senator Armstrong, but he's still a very interesting person. He's a very interesting person. And one thing about Sundowner is Sundowner was the time that I was playing Metal Gear Rising. During that time, Sundowner, I don't know if I'm an idiot. I guess I am an idiot. During the time that I played it, the only boss that I was stuck in for almost a day was Sundowner. Because I am such an idiot, I didn't realize that I need to cut through between his shield. Because whenever I try to cut it, it explodes, right? If you cut it uh with your blade, the shield would explode and you'll take damage, right? I didn't realize that I had to cut it between the seams of the shield and cut the arm. I was cutting the seams and he was like blah. He would open up, right? He would open up. Another Sandatsu would happen. I didn't realize that you would have to cut the arm that's connected to the shield on his back, through his back. I didn't realize that. I am an idiot. And I was stuck there for like days, maybe a day or two. I was stuck. I stopped playing the game because I was so frustrated because I can't beat him. I can't beat him. It's weird. I was like, it's weird. It's so weird. And it's like I was stuck in there for like days and I cannot beat him. I realized that I need to cut the arm. I was such an idiot. I'm really an idiot. So yeah. I really wanted to play Rising now. I need to find some ways to play it. I'm so frustrated. It's blocked in our country. I'm just really frustrated. Uh, okay, let's move on. But yeah, going back to Monsoon here. Uh, as Mimi as he says things, I really agree, and this actually fascinates me. This particular cutscene and how he is doing a diatribe all about the idea about memes and ideas and how contagious they are. Uh, this is very topical. You know, their idea of they are using the word meme as its actual meaning. That is, it's an actual meaning. Its literal meaning is it's basically an idea. It's a meme. It's an idea. An idea can be contagious. You know, it's like a virus that can be contagious and can be spread out. And an idea can uh, can come from many things, can come from many aspects, and can be made for different reasons. But the one thing about them is they are contagious. Memes are contagious, and that's why memes are not undying. Technically, they are undying. They cannot die because they are ideas. Even if, let's say, a meme, or in this case, an internet meme, uh, an internet meme can technically die out, air quotes, by people not sharing the meme anymore. It's technically not still not dead because it's still in the minds of people. It still will be stuck in the minds of people. And whenever they refer to the meme again comes alive and it will be passed to another person, and that another person will maintain the meme and maintain the life of the meme until it dies, and but the meme doesn't go away. It's just passed along to someone else. Now, in terms in regards to what Monsoon is trying to explain here, you cannot really stop wars. You cannot really prevent wars from happening, because war is a meme. The idea of war is a meme. It will be undying. You cannot stop wars. You cannot prevent wars. You can only delay them. But there will be a point that there will be still a war going on, and there will be still people like Monsoon here and his the Desperados, uh, to be able to thrive and profit through that meme, that idea, because they help on the war profiteering, from what I understand. The whole thing about the Desperados, their group, is uh they are warmongers. It's the spark. For example, in World War I, the alliances were the fuse and the powder kegs, while Gavrilo Princip assassinated Archduke Franz Ferdinand. All the alliances plunged in Europe into war. Exactly, exactly. It's a spark. It's always a spark. The spark itself cannot die. Maybe the whole general idea can die, but the spark itself cannot die. And I think that it is the point that Monsoon is trying to point out here, that you cannot really do anything about the war, because war is an idea. It's not an event. It's not a situation. It's not a something that is, and like a situation where you can stop a situation if you like, or if you can. You cannot stop an idea. You can just delay it. But yeah, I'm going to a tangent here. Huge tangent. Moving on to the meme.
Despair, all memes, all passed along. Well, that's cool and all, but these memes are gonna help my Yamato work. Can't fight meme culture, Virgil. In fact, you are in one just about now. A meme that ends the horny as a bait and switch. Now there's a pretty meme. Exquisite. That is until the Yamato broke. Don't be ashamed. The meme hasn't lost all of its funny yet. Okay, well, what funny does it have still? Behold, the funny. Forgive me, but
funny.
am I missing something? Also behold, porn. Monsoon, I don't think this is a good idea. Oh, relax, Virgil. It's a bait and switch. I'm not gonna actually show porn on YouTube. Besides, the red phosphorus grenade will go off any second now. I think the grenade is a dud. It's not working. Did you try pulling the pin? Yes, I pulled the pin. And throw the grenade, fool. Monsoon, why is the video still going? Virgil, I think that was a dud grenade. Then pull out another grenade. That was my only grenade.
That was my only grenade.
We don't have time. Double game.
My final message. Goodbye.
Oh, absolutely fantastic. What is that? By Sparta, what is that?
What is
And
that?
I'm your host, Killer Keemstar.
Right,
Let's get right.
Into the news. Oh my god. That was a very good meme. That is very good. That is very good meme. Very good. But unfortunately, I have streamed for 4 hours. 4 hours in total. This is actually a very good starter stream, actually. Very good. Okay, let me adjust my seat here. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Okay, so we have a very good stream here. A pretty meme, yes. A pretty meme indeed. So anyway, this is a rather a good stream for a first time, for a first stream for a first formal stream, basically. So, again, I'm sorry for lots of dead airs and lots of you know, lots of pauses here and there whenever during the stream. But so far so good. No major issues went on in terms of technical difficulties and such. I should say that this is a very good first time stream, and yeah. So I will be streaming next week, same time. That's Sunday, 4 p.m. Manila. Maybe 5 p.m. if something happened. That's Sunday, 5 p.m. Manila time. Or I might do like a random stream whenever I feel like it within the week. But I cannot promise. I cannot promise that I'll be doing it. Although I might do it, so that's why it's very important for you to actually hit that follow button right there on the below, right here, right? My head, my head. Oh god, my head, right here. Very, very important for you to tap that follow button, so you'll be notified whenever I'm live. I decide to just get on a whim live. So yeah. So thank you very much for people who chatted, for people who watched the stream, even passed by. Thank you so much for tuning in. And I will make sure that I'll be consistent with the stream schedules. I actually have lots of things that I wanted to do with the next streams. Maybe we can react on things. Maybe we can discuss things. The world building 101 session that we had earlier was actually very fun. So I may be doing those kinds of streams more frequently. I'm gonna also be playing games. Probably I would play some games on the next stream. Probably. It's just a matter of what game it is. Maybe the next stream would be a gaming stream, or maybe it's just a react stream. I don't know. Never know. We never know. I'm gonna be posting that. I'm gonna be letting you guys know what we will be doing next week. So again, if you haven't, you can go ahead and push the follow button right here. And for the YouTube channel, I'll be announcing that on the next stream, probably next week, once we open up our main YouTube channel and our VODs channel. So speaking of VODs, if you missed the majority of the stream, you can always I will be posting the whole VOD on the VODs channel on YouTube as well, so you can go back and watch it, just in case Twitch erased the original VOD here. So yeah. Anyway, again, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for participating in the discussion, the chat, having fun, and yeah, I will see you guys next time. Goodbye, Braves, and brave on.